We are recording.
Mary Ellen, you can hear us okay?
Sure can.
Okay. Right.
Thank you.
Told Mike I would rely on him to introduce himself and share all his experience and expertise. And thereafter, I'm going to kind of defer to him. And you guys know me well enough. I've heard enough of me that you might prefer. Just that. So, thank you, Michael Lisle.
Jerry, thank you so much for the invitation and the connection. I appreciate that. My name is Mike Lisle. I am a consultant. I work in business operations for small businesses and nonprofits primarily. I do a little bit of economic development work on the side as well. My background is 25 years of nonprofit and state and local government leadership. So bring an interesting, I think, perspective to this work. My goal with many of the nonprofits that I work with is really helping them build out their infrastructure on the business operations side. And that includes strategic planning so that they're able to maximize the impact that they have on their target audience of clients. And they're able to operate with efficiency and effectiveness. They're not spinning their wheels trying to get things done. They're not operating in a way that doesn't maximize the amount of revenue and resource that they can put to serving their clients. So I've done that for about 25 years as a nonprofit executive and working 5 years for the state of Florida and most recently for the town of Somerville as their economic development director. You have an agenda for the day. Please go ahead and grab one if you don't have it already. There are not a ton of ground rules. Please, we'll take a couple of structured breaks during the day, but if you need a break or a phone call or a bio break, feel free to take it when you need it. There are post-it notepads on the table. I would encourage you, as you need one, to avail yourself of one. You'll see over on the wall here, we have 4 different pieces of chart paper. We're going to, throughout the first 3 hours of this morning, we're going to do what's called the SWOT analysis. Are y'all familiar with the concept of the SWOT analysis? Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Strengths and weaknesses tend to be things that are internal to the organization, where opportunities and threats are ideas, concepts, and concerns that tend to be external to the organization, that may be reflective of the community or the larger environment that the organization operates in. So rather than going through this really forced, structured 15 or 20-minute exercise where we all try to brainstorm as hard as we can during that time and put things up, we'd rather spend the first few hours letting that happen organically. So as thoughts occur to you that may represent a strength, a weakness, an opportunity, or a threat, jot it down on a sticky note and put it on the associated piece of chart paper. And at the end of that 3rd hour, as we get ready to go into the final hour of being together, we'll take a look through those, look for themes, look for concepts that may come and represent opportunities for us to do some further thinking and further digging. What you're also going to see over here is a parking lot. There may be issues that come up today that don't necessarily fit in neatly with the agenda. And before we get too far down the road of those conversations, what I'll do is just tell you, write that down on a sticky note, put it in the parking lot. That may represent items for future discussion, particularly as we discuss whether or not another meeting beyond this one is needed with even a wider group of folks. So issues that really don't fit in with today's agenda will go into the parking lot. Feel free as ideas come to you, or if you want to write something down and put it in the parking lot without even surfacing it with the group. Interact, move, do what you need to do. I know if you're like me, I can sit for 45 minutes or so without needing to get up and walk around just to get some air going into my brain again. So take care of that need for yourself, however you feel the need to. We're going to spend the first hour or so this morning really on the internal part of what Gables is doing. We're going to spend some time talking about the mission, the vision, and the values of the organization, because I'm a firm believer that you can't really develop a strategic plan until you know who you are and why you exist. And that's this morning's first hour or so is going to be spent in that conversation. So again, as you work through concepts on strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, jot them down. You've got an idea for the parking lot, something that needs to be discussed at another meeting. Jump in and write that down as well. We'll start with the mission, the vision, and the values that you all have established or want to establish for this organization. Somebody tell me how long you've been in existence.
Jerry,
2006, you say,
Okay.
16, 17.
So this event's been happening for that long.
The first one happened in December of 2006.
Has the nonprofit been around for that entire time?
No, I'm
Okay.
gonna put that about 2015, am I right?
Yeah.
2014, 18.
18, well, that's when we incorporated and that's when we became a 501c.
Perfect.
but when you say nonprofit, it never was a profit.
Sure,
You know, money we received all the time was
right.
immediately distributed.
But the formal organization that the IRS
Right.
recognizes as a
Right.
501c3 has been around for 5 years or so. Okay, awesome, awesome. Whether you're a nonprofit, whether you're a for-profit, having a mission clearly articulates two things. And I've got a statement over here that I gleaned from your current bylaws that I literally pulled from a sentence that began, the mission of White Gables Luminaria is. So your mission statement, however long, however short, and this one is a little longer than most that I see, basically answers two questions. Why do we exist and who do we exist to serve? So as we get kicked off this morning, I'd like to spend some time working through this to ensure that it is reflective of the board's best thinking around those two questions. And if it is so, is there a more succinct way to say that? You've got 33 words here. Most mission statements, especially on the nonprofit side, tend to be in the 15 to 20 word range. And the reason for that is it's a simple thing. This is your business card, in essence. When people say, well, tell me about White Gables Luminaria. Well, we exist to, and then you fill in the blank. So making it something that you can fairly easy, and it doesn't have to be word for word, but something that you can fairly easily explain without having to think about it and take 3 or 4 breaths while you're reiterating that.
I have strong feelings about that because I think because we get donations from all over Somerville, and we've had people say, if it's just for White Gables, why should I donate? I would like us to widen that a little bit because to do what we already are doing, particularly as a 501c3, and just say to benefit the common good, to benefit Somerville area residents by fundraising to help worthy families and to help needy and people in need. You know, just something very simple like that. But I would like to make it say Somerville residents rather than just White Gables. I find it bothers me to fundraise people all over Somerville. And we go out and we go to all the businesses and we go all downtown and we go all out. That I would like to see that widened in our mission statement. It's one of the reasons I wanted the bylaws rewritten.
I respectfully disagree.
I know you
Yeah.
do. Okay. Well, all
I
right.
think that's an important conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, because it is and I think we can attest to, there is a survey that was sent out, and I wonder what, maybe some of the things that are said in the survey. You know, I look at it as 501(c)(3), there's a number of them out there,
Sure.
and there's 4 specific groups. I'm a retired fire chief. We had one for our fire department, specifically for our firefighters. You know, that's all we really said. It was to help support firefighters in their needs. You know, I can't remember the exact words, you know. But, and we solicited all different cities and everything.
Sure.
So, I mean, it's up to them. And, you know, I look at that mission statement to promote charitable and educational causes, you know, to benefit White Gable residents, you know, and to dispersing funds for worthy causes. I mean, if you want to keep it short,
Yeah,
and just look at it like that,
so the conversation kind of leads to what I think is maybe the heart of not conflict, but of perhaps disagreement on the board itself in terms of what is and what should be the focus of this organization. And so I want to throw that out. Diana, I've heard your perspective. Rob, I've heard yours as well. I'd like to hear from other board members. What are your perceptions of this mission versus what you feel like you should be doing?
I'm not a board member, but I understand Rob's position, but his group, who did they serve? They served the community. White Gables in this, who do they serve and who is the same? Only White Gables. I think that's Diana's point, that we're serving our service is focused right here in the community, but we go outside the community to ask for funds. Rob, I can fully understand that. Same thing in Scouts or anything else, when we go out fundraising or something like that, but we serve a community. This, the big community, the town, rather than a focused
The group
residence.
that raises the funds are servants.
We are community
Firefighters,
servants,
Scouts.
yes.
I want to ask a couple of questions that are sort of running through my mind right now. Number one, when you go out to solicit donations, contributions, financial support, do you state specifically that your intent is to serve the White Gables neighborhood, or do you say our intent is to serve the broader Somerville community? In other words, are you being honest, completely honest with those that you're soliciting donations and contributions from about the scope of your giving?
We've been advertising Somerville neighbors in need, or Somerville area neighbors in need.
Is that accurate?
but if you go out personally, it all depends on how you say it.
I'm just talking, we gave you all the fundraising materials in that book and they say Somerville neighbors.
And, a lot of people go out personally and solicit things, and it's all how you say it. And how, you can be as vague as you want to, but generally it's,
I'm listening.
I go back to the original of what we were here for. We are we were doing this for White Gables residents. We've expanded that.
And if we go back to just White Gables residents, we just need to change the material and just make sure that everybody knows it's White Gables neighbors in need. But as a 501c3, we've been done things like given to the food pantry or to a firefighter who had a death, that sort of thing. So we have given beyond White Gables. But how we couch ourselves, we need to go one way or the other.
Point of information.
Yeah.
The first Luminaria we did, and several subsequent, I can't say exactly how many, we simply said for charity. In the first one, we actually gave to a child who one of our residents was taken care of in the neonatal unit at MUSC. And that child ultimately needed a heart and from a heart transplant. And it wasn't a huge gift, but it was a gift to that family. And the only connection to the neighborhood was the nurse that happened to live on the square. We had some photos of the child and we put those up at the clubhouse. And so some people knew it was for a child that needed a heart. But most, as continues to be the case, that's not their primary thing. They seem to trust us to give it to the need that is appropriate. And I'm touched by that and want to honor that. We say neighbors in need, and the key there is what the definition of neighbors is. We have expanded in much of our documentation that says Somerville area neighbors in need.
Okay.
Versus the words White Gables, which gives us, I think, flexibility and also makes it more accurate. In that I wouldn't want somebody to say, oh, I thought this was just for when I gave it, you know. If they learn, for example, about a food pantry thing. But there's a connection, and that connection is the proximity to White Gables and the number of members at Knightsville United Methodist there.
Correct.
Also neighbors.
So what would be the will of the board in regard to that topic? Because right now your mission says to benefit the common good of White Gables residents, which is, that's pretty elastic. And it doesn't necessarily say we're specifically giving only to White Gables residents, but benefiting the common good of White Gables residents.
Which allows for,
some flexibility in terms of where the specific gifts get directed.
Another point of information for what it's worth. When we, so everybody knows the history, it started as a unit of what was then called the Community Affairs Director's Office. And then it grew into something that John Mistack and Dwight Rodney and I just sustained until more of the moved into the neighborhood, and it grew wider and broader from there. What we did early on is we said, let's make some agreements about how we distribute the gift at the front end. And I documented those, and I don't know if how recently everybody has seen these, but my notes here in note I sent out again in 2019. But beneficiaries are selected from confidential nomination accepted from anyone with information to share by a consensus of volunteer organizers, according to general criteria detailed as follows. Criterion is the basis decision based on this criteria and reflected in their relative priority. Number one, assist White Gables residents in need, especially for expenses related to health-related situations. Assistance could be provided to offset expenses related to lost work or general hardship due to unforeseen circumstances. Number two, to assist a family in the local community that meets the above criteria. Number three, a local organization or charity, no large national charities like the United Way. And then gift priorities, it says gift priorities placed on needs related to families, health, or children, and should not be gifted to causes related to animals, politics, research, or simply promoting awareness. Gifts may not be provided to organizations or groups providing animal health, adoption, political views, research, general awareness. May not be provided to any active member of the Luminaria Planning Committee or family member. If a planning committee member is in need, they should be recused from the committee. That is the beneficiaries committee.
Right.
Previous gift recipients, the gift may be awarded again, but only after 2 years. And then finally, may not be given any person whose need as a result of their own negligence, either by action or inaction. In addition, the need address should be non-controversial as to limit the liability to the committee to circumstances that the need is self-imposed or otherwise the fault of the beneficiary's action or inaction, and religious objections to the maximum extent.
Gary, was that adopted as a formal policy together?
We don't have a process for formal adoptions of policies, but that might be something we should do.
I think that is certainly something that this board should consider, whether or not to formally adopt a policy that helps to prioritize giving opportunities for the beneficiary community, so that there is, I think, to Diane's point, clarity, and that you can, it's something that if a prospective donor is then curious as to, well, if I give you $300, how do I know that my money is going to be spent appropriately? Well, here's our policy on eligibility and prioritization. So there's transparency. That is probably for most donors the most critical element of the donation decision is transparency. What will my money be used for? What good can be accomplished from it and for whom? I would encourage you to give some thought to going through a process, and it doesn't have to be an elaborate, hugely formal process. You can set up a manual to the degree that you need one, and adopt policies as the need arises and is identified. And you start where you are. So that would be something that as a board at a subsequent meeting, you could say, we're gonna adopt this, or we're gonna workshop this for a little while, just to make sure that we have all the i's dotted and all the t's crossed.
You said, what good will my money do and for whom? That was the third item.
Honestly, it's where does my money go? To what purpose? And to whom, and what good is accomplished by it?
Rob mentioned the survey. Perhaps this would be a good time for Mary Ellen to speak to that item on the survey. You know, Mary Ellen, can you look at that?
When Jerry's speaking, I'm having a hard time hearing. I'm not able to really hear what he's saying, I guess, because his back is to it, or,
I'm trying to find the volume control and I can't.
okay, and whoever just spoke, I can hear them clear as bell. So just if you'll repeat the question, I heard something about the survey, but you have to repeat.
Exactly. I was wondering if you might share what the survey responses indicate about the 501c3 status, if that works for you.
Yeah,
I can, but I'll be perfectly transparent and tell you I have not really looked at the results in detail. I've only, collated those for you guys in your different formats. But as I go quickly and look at the survey results,
Did you distribute them beyond me this morning, or
I just sent it to you. I wasn't sure if you wanted, the document itself is too large to print out. I believe there were 32 pages just because of, when you format it to fit on a page. It does take up a lot of room. I'm looking at the raw responses here in the spreadsheet. And so any one of the questions that were asked, I can go through, but remember, because we gave multiple choice, there are any number of responses to each question. They're not neatly put together in categories, other than the categories are the questions themselves, not the responses within the questions. And the only order that we have this in at this point is time date stamp, which is the order in which they came in. There's 74 respondents to the survey as of this morning. That was the same number as last night when I put that together for you in PDF and Excel spreadsheet formats. All right, and also I'll just take the opportunity to say thank you for allowing me to be on Zoom this morning. There may be opportunities for me to speak, but there also may be times where I have to mute and walk away from my camera, so I apologize for that. Going through, looking for the 501c3 question. Hold on one second. I'm going to sort the sheet by that so I can tell you how many respondents said it was important to them. Just a second.
so it was a yes or no question, and
It was a yes or no question, and so I'm going to sort the sheet. Give me 1 second here. I'll do that, and I'll be able to tell you exactly.
I'm filling in while you're doing that. It says, is our designation as a tax deductible 501c3 organization important to you? Tax deductibility of the contributions.
Yeah, it appears to be mixed, but I can usually drive these things pretty fast, but my computer is acting a little slow. So hang on 1 second.
Now Elizabeth brought her computer, but it's
Yeah.
So, sorry.
yeah.
Well, 501(c)(3), I mean, this is survey, and I don't know what the responses are gonna be. This is more beneficial for businesses donate.
Yeah.
Rather than they don't receive the survey,
Right.
rather than individuals on the other end here.
yeah,
So-
Rob, that's an excellent point, and one I was getting ready to make myself. For your
Yeah.
residents, it may or may not be
Right.
important to them that their contribution is tax deductible because most of them probably don't itemize.
Yeah, yeah.
But for the businesses and the sponsors and the partners who are coming in from outside of the neighborhood that are giving to support, there probably is an important thing for them that is tax deductible.
We have the survey can't go out to those people, it just has not yet.
All right, I have an answer for you.
Go ahead.
40 of the 74 respondents said, no, our designation as a tax deductible organization is important. And that was related in the question to tax deductibility of contributions. And excuse me, this is one of those points where I have to step away.
All right.
So
What
40 out
did
of
she
74,
say?
40 out of 74 said no. It's
Which-
not important.
That's not surprising from a residential standpoint,
Yeah.
because again, I would guess most residents probably don't itemize their deductions, therefore they're not looking for one more itemizable, if you'll allow me to use that word.
I would imagine Toadfish that gave $2,000 worth of goods probably does, it probably is important.
Yeah, I would say for your sponsors, partners, donors, that is likely, yes. And frankly, having gone through the process, having been awarded the designation through the IRS, I frankly don't see a good reason to give it up. Because what that does is positions you as an organization to be able to solicit gifts and sponsorships and donations from businesses by being able to offer them some type of tax advantage treatment for that donation. Now, are you all positioned so that if a business were able to donate product or something that was non-cash, to be able to provide them with contemporaneous documentation that the IRS requires?
They get a sheet that itemizes their donation, and they also get a 501c3 letter at the end. Anybody who donated over $250
Okay.
gets their special letter.
See, I having gone through that process, there's not an immediate benefit to me that's clear that you'd be achieving by giving it up. Even if your residents don't necessarily, they're not looking at you and saying, if you give up that 501c3, then I'm not going to give. It doesn't sound like most of them are saying that.
No.
So I think it's something that is worth holding on to, which takes us back to the mission conversation. Yeah, I think you've got some good language in there. I think, as we look at some of the phrasing, common good. I mean, it's flexible, it's expansive, it allows you a lot of waterfront to operate in terms of how you make those decisions about where the proceeds from the event get directed. Doesn't restrict you to only giving to White Gables residents, but utilizing that prioritization that Jerry just shared. And I would encourage you, whether it is exactly that or whether you all go through a process to wordsmith it and whatever, that you get something like that put in place fairly quickly, so that there is clarity. And if a resident or a prospective donor then asks you, you've got something to share with them that makes it clear how those decisions get made.
That's fine, but in our fundraising, then we would have to say for the common good of White Gables residents, we can't go use Somerville area, which has been, for me, the selling point for every business that or corporation I've been to.
I would disagree.
Well,
I would disagree. And the reason I would disagree is because, again, you're using the phrase common good, not specific benefit of White Gables residents. It may be in the common good of White Gables residents to support charitable donations outside of the neighborhood, whether that be to a food pantry, whether that be to a local nonprofit that provides services to residents of Somerville beyond simply the confines of White Gables neighborhood. But what your mission makes clear is that everything that we do, we are doing with the idea that there is a common good that is achieved for our residents. That doesn't necessarily mean we're only giving within our neighborhood. But as we prioritize our decision-making processes through a formal adoption of some type of a prioritization policy. That's our first and foremost goal. We are working to benefit the common good of our residents. But that does not mean we are limiting our giving only to this neighborhood, this specific geography.
So really the keys are in the definition of neighbors and the definitions of common good.
I don't think about neighbors. I don't. You know, we know what White Gable residents, and that's what this Luminaria event is White Gables Luminaria event, not Somerville's or Central Avenues or surrounding area. It's White Gables. We encourage everybody to come. You know, it's just like James Island or, you know, holiday event. You know, you encourage everybody to come to it. It's not theirs, but you know, again,
What if we substituted the term neighbors for residents in that mission statement?
neighbors,
I like that.
neighbors to residents. Yeah.
Does that,
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you talk neighbors, I mean, it's my neighbors, you know, they could be a block away or 6 blocks away. And they can go in any direction, you know. I consider this church, even though I don't go here, this is the neighborhood church, right? I hear it every morning at 7 o'clock when the bells go off, and, yeah, it's the neighborhood church, you know.
how does that hit with everything?
Clarions to be
I
clear.
like that better.
Yeah.
That gives even more flexibility, and ultimately what you want out of your mission statement is a comfortable space to operate.
Yeah.
How many of you have ever worn clothes that didn't fit quite right? A little too tight, a little too, you know, I'm afraid to sit down, I'm afraid to stand up, I'm afraid to bend over. A poorly written mission statement affects you in much the same way.
And in many ways, we could take out to promote charitable and educational causes and just start with to benefit the common good.
Diane, you read my mind, because I was actually getting ready to suggest that as I was thinking about how to wordsmith. I think to benefit is a fantastic way to start. And what that does is sort of takes the responsibility away from you to promote anything. So your decisions are driven by the mission, which is to benefit the common good of White Gables neighbors. How are you feeling about that so far?
I wonder if it just said neighbors,
Hmm.
because it's the White Gables Luminaria. And then it says neighbors, then it's, some people will infer that it's just like Gables, but it doesn't confine the group to just look at White Gables. They
I-
go to neighbors.
I know, I think we need either White Gables or Somerville area. It doesn't matter which in many ways. It's the board's decision for that.
Any other thoughts on that question?
I like White Gables.
I'm comfortable with White Gables. That means
And I
that neighbors are neighbors. Go ahead,
And
Mary
I
Ellen.
would- I would concur with that only because if we're talking about the lighting event, that's the sort of the big part of what we do. That's clearly not going to be Somerville. That's White Gables specific.
Right. So you have your mission, your why is to benefit the common good of White Gables neighbors. So that sort of addresses your who as well, but you've also got needy individuals or families. I will tell you probably the phrase that gives me the most heartburn, if I have any heartburn at all, is the phrase worthy cause.
Yeah.
There's a level of judgment almost that's implied in the word worthy that some people might not be comfortable with. I having read a ton of these, I know exactly what you mean. But is there another way to say that gets at the point without sounding as if we're sitting up here looking down at you and judging and determining whether you're cause?
It's basically community causes and needy individuals. Families,
Or by organizing events to causes and needy families.
Well, what about dropping the causes and just going to needy individuals or families?
Well,
Because our guidelines
Yeah.
say we shouldn't do broad.
the thought that ran through my mind was listening to your ideas around prioritization. Individuals and families seems like it should come first if you're going to provide a listing, because that's where it sounds like the organization's heart is.
Yep.
Our first and foremost is needy individuals and families, and then if we have anything left and there's a worthy cause, then we can see our way clear to making a donation in that direction.
Would you have to say already cause if it still serve, if those causes still serve individuals and families? Because y'all are picking a
Well,
cause that serve.
Would you end up possibly with someone who, is it a possibility that you could have someone apply for assistance who didn't
Cause.
get it, who then saw that you donated a small amount to,
Niceville soup kitchen here.
and
That's
would come back
cost.
to you and say, well, you gave me the soup kitchen before you gave to me.
Yeah.
And it's a
Yes.
matter of having to think worst case.
It's a cause.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was thinking that really served individuals and
that
people too.
Yeah.
Yeah. All.
you know,
And I agree, I think you can argue that point. The question is, do you want to have to argue that?
Mike, I don't know what is appropriate, but, over the years, it was my job on the earliest committees to kind of do the promoting and stuff. And that, obligated me to write some stuff down and apply it by the groups. And again, the groups changed over the years, but again, the mainstay was John Misak and Dwight Brown and myself, with support from many others. I mean, make that clear. But from that, last year, when we had our first volunteer meeting, I wanted to give everybody a frame of reference. And I put together a purpose statement, and the purpose statement, not to be confused with the mission,
Right.
was to create a beautiful and shared experience that demonstrates what's possible when we work together, celebrates solidarity, community, and hope, and expresses support and generosity. Wherever that's word from.
Okay. No, that's helpful. I think, part of creating a mission statement is putting a lot of words out on a piece of paper and sort of then figuring out which ones need to stay and what order they need to march in. To make sure, because ultimately, for some people, this is their first introduction to your organization, and you want to make sure that it's completely clear, so they don't walk away with any confusion about why you exist.
Well, couple key points in that much, it would be the shared nature of it. And that's a discussion of values that includes participation. And then the other is, something beautiful, create something beautiful.
So I think it sounds like we're good with at least the first half of that, to benefit the common good of White Gables neighbors by organizing fundraising. Do you want to say events or campaigns?
No.
Because right now you do.
We could take out organizing and we could take out events or campaigns and just say by fundraising and dispersing those funds to.
Is there a vision on the part of this board that White Gables Luminaria could ever expand beyond the one time a year luminary event and the fundraising associated with it to do other things during the year?
We do,
Yes.
we already do the silent auction in conjunction with it. And
Sure.
we have talked about,
That all sort of falls under one.
we've also talked about doing something in July that's sort of like a Christmas in July to get things started.
So if that were the case and you were looking at the possibility of doing multiple events or activities during the year, I would encourage you to, maybe you can wordsmith that a little, leaving in the concept that you are eventually going to position yourself to do, some number of events during the year for this same purpose, to raise funds, to distribute to needy individuals and families and or worthy causes, however you choose to express that.
yeah, we're attempting, done, I don't know, I think we have done. White Gables to help needy families throughout the year. Not primarily Christmas time is when we're looking at doing this event,
Absolutely.
but we're reserving dollars in case of needy families.
Yeah.
Throughout the year. So I don't know if that.
I would encourage you to think, as you're thinking about your prioritization policy, to think about a distribution policy as well. That may articulate that if there's a certain amount of the proceeds that will be given away during the Christmas season and a certain amount that will be reserved for giving throughout the year. Just again, so there's clarity, and so if there are ever questions from donors, from residents, you said we adopted this policy in August of 2023, and what that shows is we're gonna set aside, and I'm gonna make up a number, 30% of the dollars that come through the door for this event for giving throughout the year. I mean, so much of the place where nonprofits run into, I'm not gonna say trouble, but issues. And some of those issues are negative perception or, unflattering comments about how decisions get made, is because they don't have written and adopted policies. And that makes it feel like you're just sort of making it up as you go along. So I would say those two policies might be the first two you want to get in place. One being how you prioritize the giving, the other being how you distribute the proceeds. And not, you're not getting granular and saying we take a vote, and if you don't get 7 votes, then you don't, but of the dollars that come in, this % are given away during the Christmas season, and this % of the funds are reserved for other giving throughout the year. And that may change as you identify other opportunities to do events, should that be a long-term goal for the organization, that maybe you're doing 3 events a year, and so each one stands on its own, and those proceeds are given away during that period of time. Lots of big.
Yeah, Mike, I want to be respectful of time and stuff, and I'm cautious about using this, or even bringing this up. But given what you just said, and given the fact that there's an openness to moving away from strictly the December event, this somewhere we ought to think about whether we continue to call the group the Luminaria organizers, or should we call it something different instead, and maybe put less of a focus on that. But historically, obviously, we've been a Luminaria event organizers, and we have focused on that as one of our purposes, was to create something beautiful. Again, by discussion here and last year relative to the emergency fund, there's appears to be some openness to doing it more year round.
I think
Jerry?
that's absolutely something that you all should wrestle with. I don't think it necessitates a name change for the group necessarily. I think that's how you started and what you're known for as a Luminaria event, and there's probably a level of trust in this group. You've done such a great job with building and executing the Luminaria event that if you came out and said, we're going to do 3 events a year now in the neighborhood, we're not changing our name. Don't change it. People trust that. There's a positive association overall with that name. And so then if you said, we're going to do 2 other events during the year, we're going to do one in the spring and one around the 4th of July, through Christmas in July or whatever the case.
Looks like Mary Ellen's trying to get our attention.
Yeah. She also left a chat up there if you want to see the results of that one.
I was just going to comment about that. I think that it took me probably 14 years to realize how organized you were as a group. For you to go through the trouble to become a 501c3 and have a representative board to then backpedal on that and say it's just a group of organizers, sort of doesn't say to the community that there's been a lot of work done. There's a lot of history there as far as organization goes. I realize that the whole purpose of it is because there is a lot of confusion. If you say you're on the board, a lot of people are confusing that with the HOA, board of directors. But I think there's just got to be a way of saying to the community, those 34 people who said, yeah, it's important that you're a 501c3, saying to those and honoring those people by saying, this is a very organized group, and we have, all of the things all of the trappings of a 501c3 that you can trust with your donations.
That's a great point. That's a great point. Yeah, I think there's a lot of power in the name and in the positive perception of this entity that you wouldn't want to necessarily give up by either a name change or a move away from the 501c3. And that's something that as we kind of go through the end activity today, it's going to be an hour or so of discussion around what I call big, hairy, audacious goals. Those are the 3 to 5 things that are going to drive the strategic plan. And it may very well be that one of those addresses the need to add or the desire to add additional limits, maybe not the need, but the desire to add additional limits. I think that's certainly a worthy conversation, and it fits in with the language that exists in the mission statement right now, organizing fundraising events or campaigns. The last, I guess, sort of the last question I've got around the mission is, do we want to reorganize the wording at the end to put needy individuals and families first?
Individual and families in need. Why just
Yeah.
throw the needy in need at the end?
And I like the notion that they're in need and it's just a temporary condition. It's not a definition.
Because people
Yeah.
outside the community are saying they, white people supposed to have needy families. So that's me.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't get it. I know they don't get it, but they don't associate
Yeah.
it, right? So,
And that's the toughest part of writing anything for mass consumption is trying to get your head in the place where you're looking through the lens of every single person or group that reads that and what it means to them and how it hits them and whether that's a negative or a positive association. And at the end, you can only do what you can do, and you have to trust that people are of good faith and goodwill. So, all right, so dispersing those funds to individuals and individuals or to individuals and families in need, individuals or families in need, and feels a little more inclusive.
Yes.
Or even a slash.
Well, I'm gonna put in for right now, and we'll kind of show it in a couple of different ways. Individuals and families, individuals / families in need. And or
I like community
Or the-
causes. Or broader causes, not broader.
community causes fits because it stays with the language of
Common good.
good and neighbors.
And I think as we talk about values, it'll echo some of our values too.
All right, so where it feels like we're ending up, I'll try to read this out one time and we can try how you feel about that. Our mission is to benefit the common good of White Gables neighbors by organizing fundraising events or campaigns and dispersing those funds to individuals and families in need or community causes.
I like it.
All right, we actually are saying events or campaigns. What if we simply said raise funds versus fundraising events?
You leave it totally open.
So by raising funds and dispersing those funds. How do you all feel about that?
I think, for example, if we were to create a foundation or a trust that people could simply donate to or make an annual gift to or make an estate gift to, that would be one way to raise funds with no event involved, other than perhaps the death of the individual.
fundraising instead of fundraising and dispersing. Fundraising for community causes. Is the fundraising for them or you dispersing it?
We don't mean and dispersing, but we could put it in there.
Well,
By raising funds for,
Mary Ellen needs to explain what BHAG is. She has a
Oh,
check.
I was just repeating what Mike said. He was talking about big,
Oh,
hairy,
okay.
audacious goals, and I learned those as BHAG, so just.
Oh, okay, well, I put your chat up there on the screen, so it's visible to everybody, but nobody can.
Oh.
Yeah.
let's
I'm glad to know that, actually. Thank you.
Yes. At first I missed it, so I put it on there.
To benefit the common good of White Gables neighbors by raising and dispersing funds to individuals and families in need for community causes.
I wouldn't even,
I don't understand why we have to have 4 community causes. I mean, it's just,
given that causes would benefit individuals and families.
That's like
is that what we're talking about? I mean, I'm just looking at it, you know,
a community
Yeah.
cause might be a policeman or a firefighter whose family needed something, or a fire next door in Corey Wood, or, I mean, it might be donating to the food pantry. I mean, I think having community causes open instead of just having to give it to an individual or a family. I like that idea of being able to have that option.
Yeah, that does say, dispersing the funds versus simply benefit the individuals and families. As you have it now, it says dispersing those funds to
Right.
individuals and families. Yeah, I'm wondering why we have to say dispersing instead of just saying raising funds for.
or, yeah, and we're not using the funds. I mean, it's gotta go someplace, you know. Why would you, I mean, if you have individuals and families, an individual can be anywhere, you know. And I think we had also said in your policy, that's where you would put the policy of, you know, you don't want to give it to research, you don't want to give it to dog people, you know. That's where that would come into instead of, you know. Like, because there are. I hate to be a devil's advocate here all the time, you know, but
That's the
I mean-
purpose of having these conversations.
you know,
Every
there is so many things that you see out there. I go up to BJ's and I see this individual sitting on a corner with a sign, you know, Publix, sitting on the side of Publix, you know, firefighters. I know firefighters, you know, and you know, we still have that option to do that with just saying individuals and families.
What if you want to donate to the food pantry or the,
Individuals and families.
Well, if you personally want to donate to a food bank or Habitat for Humanity, you can do that. I mean, they're organized in such a way that they can receive those gifts.
that's what I wanted and community costs.
So that's why we said, I mean, we've donated the pantry here, you know. And if there was another church down the road,
What if
we could have done it
said-
to them too, you know.
just a small wordsmithing idea. Instead of raising funds for, because I know what you mean by saying that. What if you said raising funds to support
Okay,
individuals and families in need?
that's better.
That could offer direct
That's,
gifts.
that
Well
is- that's
in-
at least a
there,
little more. They
Well
might-
done.
I think that one's better.
Okay, I'm trying to type this down for Mary Ellen. Oops, got a quick change here. Let's go back. By raising funds,
Raising funds to support individuals and families in need.
I don't even know how you were reading that. You keep going back and.
I'm sorry, but it gets,
I know,
the ship starts to get a little small.
individuals,
But when we're done with this, I'll put together a set of notes and this will all be included and written in that, so you can go back and evaluate. Because ultimately what's gonna happen is kind of like the policies, prioritization, distribution policy. You're gonna want to formally adopt the mission and the vision statement that you create today. Just so that there's a record of the board adopting these on behalf of the organization. So I promise I've deciphered my own notes enough times I can figure it out. But just to state it one more time so that we're clear, The mission of White Gables Luminaria is to benefit the common good of White Gables neighbors by raising funds to support individuals and families in need.
Mary Ellen's got a comment there. I can't.
No, I just put it up there. I typed it to her. I just typed it in there, but I left out the in need at the very end. I missed that trying to read from here.
Sorry, the tiny little blue
Yeah.
square.
But what's up there, Mary Ellen, is what I just typed, to benefit the common good of White Gables neighbors by raising funds to support individuals and families in need.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. I can see the easel, but not what's written on it.
I could see it and I still can't read it.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're not different from the rest of us.
How do we feel about that?
I'm impressed.
Does that give sufficient flexibility for the organization to be able to implement its prioritization policy and its distribution policy?
Yep.
Once those are set. Yeah, we cut it down to one. 19 words, we got 14 words on it. Nice work.
This is cut on it only because I deal with work all the time, but what part of the beauty in that is that it says that by supporting individuals, you're benefiting the common good.
Yep.
And that's a cool thing.
It's a powerful concept. And, certainly for your neighbors here in White Gables, that's already something that's on their mind, but I think it's also something that ultimately gives donors, sponsors, other potential partners, the opportunity to kind of come alongside and embrace that concept. Okay, so if we feel good about that, we're coming up on 10 a.m. Do we want to stop, make a quick break before we jump into vision and values?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take maybe a 5-minute break and come back. And we will jump into crafting a vision statement.
If I could only get the clarity of the camera. No, I just put it back. Now we can move this off to the side. So I was trying to get that so it was in the camera. But it's so far away that the focus in the camera is not that great. And you can stay there between.
And make sure, as you're writing down your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, and parking lot, go ahead and take the opportunity to place those in the space that they belong in, and we'll keep doing that for another couple of hours. So as conversation sparks a thought.
Mary Ellen, you can't see it or taste it, but Diana and John brought wonderful breakfast.
I see that. And I said, that last request I made worked so well. I mean, could somebody pass the pastries at this point? But clearly we all have our limitations.
I sent it as an email, but I can't make the attachment. Sorry.
You know what? I was so hopeful when email came out, you could email checks and those kinds of things, but no, even email has its limitations.
Now, can you still hear? Okay, because you were saying when Mike talks to the side, you couldn't hear Mary.
The karates are the ones I haven't been able to hear, but they're soft spoken. So everyone else, I'm pretty much I'm hearing. It's just those guys.
Okay, yeah, I didn't think of bringing a supplemental mic. I have a conference room mic, but I didn't think of bringing it because right now the mic is on the camera. It's on the
No,
webcam.
John, it's really good actually. I don't know if it's the acoustics because of that ceiling or what. I can hear quite well.
Okay, yeah, usually the webcam works well for when I'm teaching or something like that, but when I have a conference here, well, then you can't see. If I bring the camera down there, you can't see. Diana was saying I brought the camera as close as I could, but I wanted you to be able to see everybody.
Well, I can definitely see half of Rob, which is plenty, and
Okay, on my screen, you can see it. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's plenty. I think I can catch half of Rob and half of Jerry, and then but
Oh,
no.
I try bringing the camera as close as possible, so I do. If they lean back, you can't see them. They have to lean forward.
Yeah, no worries. Well, it's a great setup, and I appreciate it so much.
With the volume, apparently Zoom has upgraded a few things, so I had to go find the menu where all the settings were, but the microphone volume is at max.
Yeah.
And I didn't bring a supplemental speaker, so they're using only the speakers in my little laptop here.
Oh, wow. Hopefully they can hear
Mary
me. Okay.
Ellen,
Yeah, no, yeah, your volume is up full, so it's like me talking right now. They can hear you.
Very
But
good.
no, I did put the chat box up in the corner, so you can't see it in yours, but on the screen here, the chat box is up in the upper left-hand corner, so they can see it. So when you type, because I didn't realize, I looked down there and I said, oh, there were 3 messages in the chat box. So that's why I put it up.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah. I
No,
wasn't sure.
that was mine. I usually don't host. I usually present.
Okay.
So that's why I said or Diana's the one that usually does the co-host or something. But I'm just sitting here as the spectator and the producer.
Yeah, well, you're doing a great job of coordinating all behind the scenes stuff.
Well, I'm used to it. No, I enjoy teaching. And that's why I said especially when we had to do the virtual meetings, I got the green screen and everything else to really put the backdrop if you want to play games.
Yeah, nice.
Now, and I had one on Mars, so I did the actual base station from the Martian was my backdrop while I was teaching the class.
How fun.
Wow.
Okay. Let me see if I can take the camera wide angle and see if I can find this, since we're in a little pause here.
But I'm gonna grab some water real quick.
Yes. Okay, where's my camera settings?
There's something about small meetings like that.
See if I can go wide. Here's our camera
Why are
settings.
you in Naples? That's where their bases are. Why?
Yeah.
Yeah, the children can be, we're all getting ready.
Why?
It's not as,
Yeah, like.
Put a wing.
it almost feels like they were yesterday's.
Yeah, it's like.
feel good.
What aircraft carrier?
Okay.
Cheryl Ford.
It's a big,
They're Croatia. Then the other guy switched.
Okay, that may be a little better. I went wide screen.
Yep, and it's, we've already been talking about how.
How many years would be having them?
Remote,
Wow.
and ultimately, I think the beauty.
Not gonna help much.
Folks with, how they interpret their history and how they present it.
He's done.
They got some, they will restore to.
I don't know.
And it's,
Interesting.
What he's gonna be doing then is.
but that's.
He's gonna.
This is something I don't understand, babe. My screen is different than that screen. I don't know what it's recording, because I just went widescreen, so I can see wider
was
than
a
stairs.
Liberty University.
Dynamo.
Okay.
She does not say. that.
Scholarship to go there.
That's the secret.
Yeah.
Actually,
All about the
he
secret
transferred, because he ended up with,
Yeah.
And I don't know, someone knows, I'm looking at the back, it's like the light is coming in.
That is fantastic.
Oh, I see. It's sun coming in.
So it's.
Looks like there's a light on back there.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a wonderful.
Now, will they?
And well, this is just small,
No,
the preschool is all back, it's in the other buildings. They're all the preschool rooms if you've never walked through.
I said,
Well, after you do
Yeah, they
that,
say
I'll
they're
take
gonna
you on
stay
a
in
little
North
tour.
Pole.
It's
Good.
quite an
I don't
impressive
see
church,
that.
yeah.
And you said it is.
Then they do, I
State-
said that.
state with United.
Yeah.
At this point, it is.
They said that when they were in Jacksonville.
I think
They said, oh, we're gonna.
sooner
stay
or
here.
later, they're going to have to make a
She just
decision.
changed the residence.
And,
Yeah.
but our pastor is of the idea that unless we have to split a church in two,
Yeah.
you don't do anything. So basically, we're waiting until the
Oh, yeah.
district makes a decision,
I
and
saw a picture of your boy that
we have to make a decision.
his fight suit.
Um,
Oh, yeah.
We have quite a few
Very
people
proud.
in this church who are Bible literalists and very conservative, and quite a few people who are liberal.
Tell him.
And so it will tear the church apart. I'm sorry, it's inevitable.
Yeah.
What's the size of the congregation? How many?
Serious, but.
Couple hundred.
I trained
Yeah.
him.
And this is one of the few, this is one of the few United Methodist churches that are growing.
It's growing.
Our church is growing.
Because we're active about 270 something, I think. But as far as membership, it's higher, but as far as what we consider active. His attendance is,
About 200.
yeah.
I was talking to my boys.
That's good.
and he was like,
Oh, yeah.
We're waiting
It's a
for
nice sized church.
some.
And it's a very active
a
church.
major
I mean, we do
submarine.
things, we
Clearly,
build
it's,
things, we feed people, we, you know, it's a doing congregation.
Where they're at.
Very, very,
Room this.
one of the most, actually is one of the more loving.
There's all these
congregations.
stations.
We don't have a lot of,
There.
we don't have a lot of,
Submarines, surface, logistics.
we don't have a lot of sniping.
Supply.
Everybody, right, this has got less sniping than any church I've ever belonged to. And I think part of that is Pastor Robert, who announced that we were the most loving place in town and made us live up to it.
Don't say it's the thing you have to do.
Exactly, you know, I mean, she gave us an identity and it's the congregation lived up to that identity.
That's leadership. You set the vision, people live up there.
Yes, exactly. So he's really done a very nice job. It will be a far more conservative church. I may have to leave.
Really, his
I,
son-in-law.
well, you know me, I'm probably
But I
the
didn't
most,
know that.
I'm probably the most liberal person that you
And he
could
said,
come
"You
across
guys
in
over."
terms of,
Wow.
you know, if you love somebody, love them, don't, you know, I mean, I
just.
have a far more liberal viewpoint.
I said, say now.
I would hate
I
to
said,
think
"You guys
that,
are-" So I mean, it was really, really.
you know, I would hate to have to
Able to communicate right away.
let any child feel like he didn't belong, or that the way they felt was sinful or whatever, so. You know, but up and until I have to make that decision, I love them.
Yeah, right there, you know, so.
You know, even when I disagree with them, I love them.
I was just saying, I know you well enough to know you'll love them after that.
They're really, yeah, they're really good people in this church. I really enjoy it.
We will jump back in. Thank you, everybody, for the fantastic conversation around the mission. The next element is going to be working on crafting a vision statement. The mission is your North Star. It is the thing you come back to when there's a question about what to do, how to do it. Does it align with our mission? The vision is a more aspirational statement. And while the mission should be static, it doesn't change a whole lot over the years. Every few years, for every 3 to 5 years, your vision statement may change somewhat. It's intended to be an aspirational statement about the effects of your organization's work. So where the vision or the mission addresses the questions of why you exist and who you exist to serve, the vision addresses different questions. It talks about the what, the where, and the when. You know, the when typically is going to be the length of your strategic plan, which they generally are set to last 3 to 5 years. What the vision is going to tell you, the vision statement is going to tell you what changes as a result of you achieving your mission. And where does it change? Where does that mission get enacted? What is the geographic scope? Maybe it's a neighborhood, maybe it's a city, maybe it's a broader community. You know, at some point, maybe it's the universe. You know, but we start where we are. So a vision where the mission is one sentence, 15 to 20 words. The vision may be a couple of sentences. You know, and again, it's going to talk about what changes as a result of us achieving that mission to benefit the common good of White Gables neighbors. So it is a vision statement because it's intended to cast and capture a vision. The aspirational nature of it is important. It isn't just a cut and dried statement of fact. It's forward. So I want to throw that out for some conversation and some process. And it's okay to think in phrases. What we can do is once we have some phrases, we can then work on stringing them together in a coherent sentence or something. So, you know, I'd like to invite you all to share ideas and throw out some phrases and concepts. If you achieve this vision, what changes as a result of that? And at what level or what geographic scope does it change?
Off the top of my head, bringing the community together to celebrate the holidays and each other as we use that holiday spirit to make life easier for neighbors in need.
Okay.
That's
Thoughts or-
my vision.
Can you read that for me one more time?
To bring the community together to celebrate the holidays and each other as we use that holiday spirit to make life easier for neighbors in need. Can you read it?
I'm sorry, that's too small for you guys to read. I just wanted to capture the things while they were in that. Some of the phrases I heard there that sort of resonated with me were the concept of bringing the community together, the concept of celebrating each other and the spirit of the holiday, and making life easy. Other thoughts, other ideas? I think those are certainly some great concepts to get us started. What else? What else kind of comes to mind?
Is this for the, maybe what I proposed as a purpose statement was more of a vision statement?
It certainly could be a part of that. Because ultimately, what you want your vision to do is amplify your mission with sort of that aspirational push, that forward look, if you will. The mission will stay static. The vision, every time you come back and revisit the planning process, will iterate or evolve. And maybe it's evolving from a time standpoint. Maybe it's okay. We've done it. Now we're going to set our sights on something even a little bit bigger. So would you
Yeah,
give us some of your highlights from that purpose statement?
I'll highlight again, but I don't want to discourage the conversation or monopolize it. So,
We won't let you.
all right. To create a beautiful shared experience that demonstrates what's possible when we work together. It celebrates solidarity, community, and hope. And expresses support for generosity.
You see how bad my handwriting is? We're going to try.
Better than mine.
We've got some really fantastic concepts there. And I think there are things that we can start weaving into a vision statement, but I want to make sure that everybody has a chance to kind of throw in their ideas and concepts. Are there things that you think about when you think about this mission that haven't been articulated yet? And for those of you who are struggling to read my chicken scratch, bringing the community together, celebrating the spirit of the holiday, making life easier, beautiful shared experience, solidarity, community, and hope, support, and generosity.
You're hearing my devil's advocate here.
Go for it.
Go for it.
I mean, life is never easy.
Sure.
And I just don't, that just doesn't mean, it doesn't mean anything to me, up there, and I don't like that. Personal thing, I just don't like that out there. It's like, we're dealing with people that are in the time of their life that they could be, life changing in there, and it's not easy for them.
The
not easy.
idea being was to make their life easier.
Yeah, I know that's the vision for that, but I just don't like seeing that on paper.
Okay.
Yeah.
To Diane, to your point, that it is
Yep.
that aspirational sort of quality. And understand, unlike a mission where it's a little more binary, yes or no, did we do it, did we not do it? The vision statement is, because of its aspirational nature, may not be quite as easily evaluated. It's more of a gut or an intuition as opposed to something that can very readily and fairly easily be measured with a yes or no.
I just see, we've gone through the experience just recently, no matter what we do, is that person's life, those people's lives are not gonna be easier. You know, and it's a bunch of words up there to me. Sometimes it's more offensive than when I look at certain aspects of why, you know, we're trying to help, and it's,
Ease financial hardships is what we're trying to do.
yeah, but it's not gonna make it easier, you know, and it's not easy. You know,
Easing the hardship,
yeah,
financial hardship.
yeah. If you want to specifically say financial hardship, you know, make it easier, you know.
Yeah. And ultimately, we're capturing ideas that this.
Yeah, and that's right, and I just was just throwing it
Wrap
out.
them into, so, okay, so, easing financial hardship.
Yeah.
What else? Mary Ellen, did you have something that you wanted to say?
Chance for volunteering.
John, we can't hear Mary Ellen.
That's my fault. I was muted. No, there, I don't wanna.
I could get a string and a couple of cans, we can make it a little easier.
Yeah, I mean, it's close enough. I think it could work. No, I don't have anything to add at this moment. I appreciate John. He texted me or he chatted me the wording. I appreciate that.
Other thoughts, other concepts we want to try to capture to build into our aspirational vision statement.
You know, bringing joy to the neighborhood is as much a part of it as the giving is. So I think our mission statement focused in on giving. Maybe our vision should focus in on community and joy.
She used the term
Jerry.
joy and I said beauty.
Sorry.
Jerry, I'd like to ask you the question since I think this was, originally a twinkle in your eye. What was your vision for it?
Well, I think it really had a lot to do with the notion of community. The first one came about as a means to promote interaction.
Okay.
And all the interaction and the activities that I did early in that community affairs job was informed by my belief that if you begin with interaction, then you have then that leads to communication, and then from communication you can create shared experiences and ultimately shared values or goals. So that was kind of the model of community development that I used in the role of community affairs director, and that's what justified a lot of the activities that we did. This activity specifically was to create something beautiful and something that everybody was able to contribute to. There was a lot of emphasis by my predecessor on events that people could go to and essentially benefit from, rather than create and express themselves and have a hand in contributing to it. Just to make that more simple, earlier events where you would go up to the town square and get a free meal, and many of them would take it right back to their house and eat it at home. So that was kind of what motivated me. I said, we need something where people create and contribute and participate in a way that makes visible what's possible when you work together.
So I don't think we've strayed far from that. I think that still continues to be part of the vision.
Well, thank you.
Other thoughts, other concepts you want to try to capture before we get into weaving our tapestry?
Well, when Diana used the term joy, I think that really resonated with me because
I think joy and hope.
Yeah,
Because that's
good.
what the Luminarias are supposed to do.
Yep.
Maybe that's a better concept than making life easier. There, you know, showing that maybe there is hope in spite of the challenging circumstance.
And nothing's easy with joining vote.
Very much so, very much so.
I think that the celebrating the spirit of the season is a way that, you know, Diana and I have often collaborated on some wordsmithing. And we've said spirit of the season or holiday spirit, that kind of thing. And when I did it, I tried to de-emphasize the holiday. And so I said, well, what is the season spirit? And I thought joy.
Yeah.
Community, family.
So let's move from the what changes, which I think we've got a fantastic list of concepts. What's the scope? What's the geographic scope? Where does this change happen? Within the neighborhood, within the town, some other geographic scale?
I would say just the neighborhood.
And that's, I mean, ultimately, the natural progression of a vision over time is it starts with a smaller footprint. And as the organization grows and the capacity for achieving the mission grows, the footprint often grows. Not always, but often.
We have not, my vision for the future includes bringing more people from outside of the neighborhood into the neighborhood to see what we're doing. We've always really well publicized the Luminaria within the neighborhood, but we haven't reached out to the newspaper, the you know, Channel 2 or wherever to say, come visit our neighborhood and see our lighting. So maybe part of our vision is to welcome the greater community into White Gables. That's just an idea out there.
And I want to put Jerry's envision. Is to bring Brook Green Gardens down here and have that. And I'm jokingly saying it, but there's a lot of truth to it. You know, bring some of those ideas, James Island ideas here. But all that is going to, you know, our vision is probably way out here, you know, and it's going to create, it's going to cost a large donation, money, time, and, you know, and how we're going to go about doing that again, you know, how you're going to accumulate it, all that stuff.
Because I can't think of anybody in our really smaller neighborhood, you know, we're talking about Publix and this church and if we're keeping it away from the wider Somerville community, I can't think of any organization that's really that local that could afford to do what that vision entails.
Right. Well, and that's a great point. You know, the way this really works is ultimately once you've got your vision created and articulated, your strategic plan is really just a reverse engineering of that vision. You know, a lot of cases in my work, you set a date, you set a target, you set a goal, and then you reverse engineer your way back to now. What have I got to do now and every day between now and that to make that happen, to achieve that vision? So the strategic plan is simply going to be a reverse engineering of whatever this vision articulates, understanding what the mission is that we're trying to achieve.
I'm going to play the devil's advocate role now.
Okay.
Particularly because Rob put out what he did about expanding the scope or appearance of the display. I want the group, well, and that's difficult because it's somewhat personally expressed. In those early years, it was a very casual kind of thing. And it was, forgive me if this is not well said, but it was a bunch of old men and children that would hang out at the clubhouse on that day and put something together and,
I still do, I'm still there.
and then it was really a one-day focused event. Usually the night before, the day before, there were some mothers and wives and others that celebrated it or that contributed by collecting the money. And then the old men and the kids got out there the next day and spread out the bags. There was the simplicity of that was really nice. And I feel I feel stress, for lack of a more descriptive term, when I think about the sacrifices that the board makes and the time and the real genuine work that people put into it. Because they think it ought to be done or because, not because it's fun. I think that then people did it just because they wanted to see how old so-and-so was doing, or because I wasn't doing anything else and, my team wasn't playing that day, that kind of thing. And it was in that way, like I said, casual and fun and, should I say easy? There's some beauty in easy,
But the only way we can do that is by expanding our group. A small core group can't do it. Can't do a vision that's that expanded.
And that may lead, as you think about this being the end product in your reverse engineering, one of the realizations you come to is that in order for us to get to this place, we need more resources, maybe not financial, maybe, but certainly human resources. And that starts with not just the volunteers who come out day of, week before, but people who come to this table on a regular basis and help with the thought processes, help with the intellectual building of whether it continues to be one event or whether it transitions into 2 or 3 or even 4 during the year events.
Or inherit that instead of creating.
Yeah, and maintain, sustain, and grow.
Right.
Basically, as we get to the goal part, we have 4 buckets that we put goals in. And you don't have to have a goal in every bucket. You can have more than one goal in the bucket if you like. It's a tremendously flexible process. But one of those buckets is organizational development. And you may think as we get closer to that time that you want to set a goal in the organizational development bucket for growing the organization. You are not now, and probably won't be for the foreseeable future at least, in a position where you need paid staff, but you need volunteers to support the activity, and you need volunteers to support the planning and the implementation.
We're probably early for this, but one of the things we discussed in terms of looking at bylaws was to make sure that the board had not just officers who are officers of the corporation, but also directors who might have a role, maybe somebody who's doing specifically publicity or somebody who's doing this, so that we have a board of officers and directors of maybe 14 people instead of 5.
Right. Yeah, that is about building the capacity of the organization, and that is what an organizational development goal should really be about. Building the capacity of the organization to achieve its mission and accomplish its vision. So I've taken the liberty of kind of going through this set of concepts, and I've really kind of narrowed them into 3 categories. And the reason for that is to make it easier to start translating into a vision statement. So those that I've marked with this sort of teal blue relate to community interaction. It's clear from this list that interacting with the community, expanding the reach, and being more inclusive of the community is a priority. And I think that needs to be captured somewhere in your vision statement. Would anyone disagree? No, any devil's advocates?
Elizabeth, quit looking at me.
I think you came on a devil.
Yeah, I refuse to team up with the devil, so I'm on team.
You too, you too.
The orange indicates more of a spirit or a sensibility. Joy, solidarity, community, hope. Those are the for those who are more comfortable, it's the emotions that we want this event or this series of events at some point perhaps to produce in ourselves and our neighbors. And then the purple really are some of the practical benefits of the event. No, we're not gonna make people's lives easier, but we can ease their financial hardship and we can demonstrate support and generosity. So thinking about it from those sort of organizational frameworks will give us the ability to then start crafting a vision statement that ensures we don't leave out anything that we feel like is important to us. So before we start translating that into this, are there any other concepts? They don't have to neatly align with any of the things we've identified so far. There's always room for another column. I've got 8. So any other concepts that are missing at this point that we want to make sure make it into this final?
What may or may not be missing is the notion of what's possible when we work together. And in the design of it, I wanted to have something where there were a lot of different ways for people to contribute or participate. So, yeah, Elizabeth heard me say before, multiple points of entry.
Yep.
And levels of participation. And that allows for diversity in terms of people in their various stages of life and stuff, or level of their obligations and stuff. They can just write a check if they couldn't do anything else.
And early on, wasn't there a focus of like intergenerational, like it wasn't just supposed to be, you know, the older people in the neighborhood, it was to get the children to work with the adults. And then it was supposed to be kind of a.
Jerry, let me ask you this about this concept. Do you think that fits in with sort of the community inclusivity concept? If it doesn't, it needs to be standalone. That's why I got 6 more colors. But I just wanted to make sure that I'm capturing the spirit of that sentiment. Because if we talk about bringing the community together, if we talk about including the greater community, if we talk about the beautiful shared experience.
It certainly reflects that, and it may be a more practical or characteristic than it is a vision. You know, it's we want it to be easy to participate, and like I
Easy
said,
to plug in.
points of entry.
Yeah, no wrong door.
Yeah, no wrong door. That's good.
Anything else that we want to make sure we're capturing? You know, I know thoughts can lead to other thoughts, and what somebody says can trigger another idea. And you said before we close this down and start translating, I want to make sure that we captured everything.
All right, forgive me. You're asking good questions, and again, I don't want to monopolize anything, but quick little story. When one Saturday early on, there was an opportunity for a couple of kids to put out some bags, and they said, "Can we do this?" And they had this idea about putting the bags out in a heart shape or something like that. And I said, "Go for it." And it felt so good that they had a way to express themselves. And it wasn't a perfect part, and it may have been corny, but it was like, by golly, they own it, you know, and that really made me feel like this is what it's about. So I don't
That's
know
a
if
fantastic. Yeah, that's ultimately, you're right. That is such a part of what it's all about. Is people participating and being empowered to participate in a way that's meaningful to them.
What you
Creativity, I don't know.
Oh, absolutely. Creativity. I mean, is it fair or accurate to say that one of the underlying themes of White Gables Luminaria is empowerment. Empowerment from a volunteer standpoint, empowerment from a resident and a beneficiary standpoint. Yes, I know we're not necessarily making their lives easier, but by helping to ease their financial hardship, are we empowering them?
I like that. That kind of echoes, or addresses, Rob's apprehension about suggesting easy.
Yeah, yeah, it isn't necessarily that we're making their lives easier, but if we can help in some small way with their financial hardship, are we empowering them?
Give them a little hope.
Yeah, empowering, positive, I mean, just thinking about themes, for the work. And then how you express that to not only the people you're going out of the community to solicit support from, but frankly, as you recruit new board members and other volunteers. Come alongside of us and be a part of this thing, because it's about empowering people. It's about delivering hope and joy. It is about building community. Anything else? We'll start wordsmithing in just a second. I want to capture some thoughts.
Use the interruptions with the iPhone, but that's so she can see the whiteboard.
Good, that's great.
Excellent workaround, by the way. I really appreciate that.
We improvise. Carry on. That's my job. I'm the producer here. So
Diana is so fortunate to have you really and truly. I appreciate you.
No, for sure. Thank you.
No, I'm just trying to facilitate because her input's important. And we need to see, because I can't get any better resolution on that camera from this distance.
Mary Ellen, I don't know if you heard Elizabeth express the notion of kindness. And when she said that, I thought of Robin Dahlman in the morning setting up with the kids. And she treats those kids so well. And it's amazing what gets done. And I think about previous leaders of that setup effort that were kind of bossy. And they didn't share that kindness, and it probably wasn't as an inviting experience for other people that had that other experience. But I certainly
Scouts too. There was a kindness among all the scouts that worked up there. There was a kind of a gentle kindness, a servant attitude and a kindness that came out. The feel was, I guess, it was servant centered.
Yeah. And just an example of that other incident, the kid said, "Is it okay if I do this?" They didn't say, "Watch me do this,"
Well, and I think that sort of translates into some of the values of this core group is that we are servant leaders. We're rolling up our sleeves and doing what we can in each of our own gifts. And I think that makes sense that it would trickle down to those who are, leading the different efforts on that day, like Robin is doing, just being a servant leader, getting in there and being kind, because that's part of who we are. It makes sense that we would have people like Robin helping out with those.
It's the same wife, or same lady that I'm married to.
Yeah, Rob. Well, you know what? Everybody has their days.
Oh, man. I can tell you a story just recently.
We're being recorded live. Be careful.
No one will believe you, Rob.
So it strikes me as we look through this list of fantastic concepts, and thank you guys for the thought work that went into that. We have three components to build a vision statement around, and certainly if you see others, speak up and let me know. But for simplicity's sake, the three components of our vision statement will be the way that we value community, diversity, and the no wrong door, multiple points of entry concept. The way that we value the spirit or the emotion that the season brings, and that the event and other events as they get added are designed to enforce enforce may not be the right word.
Alyssa.
Reinforce, yeah, there you go. And the final and probably the most powerful of all is that notion of empowerment. We can't solve someone's problems with a gift. We can't solve someone's problems with a benefit, but we can empower them just a little bit. We can empower them with the spirit. We can empower them with the commitment to our community. And frankly, there's a lot of power in that. You know, the hope that you give people is empowering. The sense that, okay, I'm not alone in this. No, this doesn't necessarily make my life easier or perfect, but it's a step on the road.
And that empowerment is also not just for the beneficiaries, it's everybody involved.
That is significant. As board members, as people who help lead this process, do you feel empowered by its execution?
I do.
I can feel that question sort of
Yeah.
settling.
I just going back to what I'm doing, you know, there's a lot of satisfaction when it's done. You know, and it's worked out according to the best of the plan we can do.
Right.
So,
Empowered to help the community. That's what we're doing. I mean, in Rob's way, he's on this golf
Yeah.
cart back and forth and, you know,
people
delivering stuff. And Diana, she's so good at going out and getting sponsorships and really going through all of these, you know, documents with a fine tooth comb. I mean, I think as a whole, using our own gifts, are empowered to do the things that we envision that we're doing. When we look at our values, our vision, our purpose, I mean, I think we are empowered.
Yeah, so here's what I'm going to suggest. When we try to talk about this. Throwing in some verbs just to make sure I'm capturing the sentiment that we're trying to express. Because ultimately, I think you can make a vision statement that is this simple. We envision a neighborhood where community and diversity are valued and desired, where the spirit and the emotional element of what we're trying to accomplish is not only acknowledged, but supported, and where everyone is empowered.
Knowledge supported means demonstrated too.
That's a great word. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I'd like for us to just spend 2 or 3 minutes kind of working through the verbs, because I want to make sure that we're capturing the spirit of what you were envisioning. This is not my vision. This is me trying to wordsmith what I'm hearing. So demonstrate. What else? I can see the wheels are turning. I'm waiting for her to.
Encourage, yeah,
Where's that?
diversity is encouraged, empowerment was encouraged, and then encouraging. I just feel like I saw all that also.
Yeah, I think that's an important call out, because it's not simply something we're seeking and hoping to find and fingers crossed and eyes squinted shut. We're actually actively encouraging
this group knows that I, often emphasize that door-to-door stuff that we do, but that's a specific invitation to a person that I think makes a difference in some cases. And, when I was thinking demonstrating, and earlier you said something that, oh, the empowerment piece too. Well, people can't imagine how they could help, or how they could make a contribution to make the holidays a better, and make White Gables a better place to be in the holidays. But then you show them or give them away, and they go, hey, there you go,
I
I'm
can do
doing it, yeah, I can do that, which is encouraging.
Yeah. I like the concept of encourage as sort of an overarching. Yeah, it probably fits on our values as well, but as an approach to accomplishing that vision, we're encouraging greater community involvement, diversity of involvement, and we're going to demonstrate that we value and desire that by the way that we engage and attempt to engage residents as well as area businesses. We value the spirit or the emotional aspect of the holiday, the season. We know the power that it has, and so we seek to demonstrate it, and we show our support through the work that we do. And then we seek to empower everyone who's involved, whether you are a giver or a receiver.
If you might, a story that illustrates that for me. After the first Luminaria, there was a child in the neighborhood who was killed in a car accident, a 5-year-old and a 6-year-old. And everybody didn't know what to do. I mean, they were just brokenhearted and felt for the family and stuff. And because the Luminaria had just happened, a couple of weeks before, there were 17 people at the clubhouse asking me, who had a role, that had a visible role in the first Luminaria. They said, what can we do? What can we do? And the community responded. And over the course of, I remember one Sunday afternoon, people were there from like 10:30 in the morning to dark, just putting together ribbons, and they borrowed ribbons and stuff, and they put them all over the neighborhood. And it was another way of a neighborhood making a statement by having multiple things in front of everybody's home.
Right.
That kind of resonated in a surprising way to me, the Luminaria. It was another kind of thing like that.
There's power in community.
Yeah.
There's power in community, and it's empowering and liberating at the same time. Let me ask this question, because I know we're at 11:15, and should be somewhere knee deep into hour 2 now, but this is important work, and I want to make sure we don't shortchange it. If you're comfortable with these concepts that we've outlined in here, would you allow me to work on putting together a statement for you to react to as part of the notes from this meeting?
Fine with me.
Just a couple of things, and I recognize I haven't listed before, forgive me for not doing it sooner. Accountability is important, and safety is important too. And then there's the notion related to accountability of stewardship. So those are some values. I didn't know if there's doing values separate from it.
Yeah, we'll get into values actually. If you guys are okay with me working on creating an actual vision statement out of this, sending it to you as part of the notes for you to review, wordsmith and tweak as you see fit, and then ultimately adopt.
Have we captured the difference between, in our vision, of a year-long continuous kind of event versus a holiday-focused event? Or should that be a vision?
I don't know that it necessarily needs to be part of the vision. I think it's, you may touch on it a little bit in this component that, because right now you're primarily focused on the Christmas season. As you articulate your vision, as you articulate your goals, if you're envisioning that at some point in this first 3 to 4 to 5 year plan, you may take that step of adding other events, you can always come back and tweak that vision statement a little bit. If not, then by the time this first one's over, if you're then positioned to think about adding other events, again, this is going to be iterative. So every time you come together and revamp your strategic plan, you're gonna come back and really rework this. The mission statement, you're not necessarily going to rework unless there is a drastic change to the organization and its perception of what its mission should be. It's like static, dynamic.
Last, this is another, question, understand it as a question. It says we envision a neighborhood where, do we mean, we envision an organization, do we envision a, event, or do we?
This is geography.
Okay,
What's the geographic area where this vision happens? Does it happen within your neighborhood? Does it happen within the broader community? Is there a geographic scale even larger that you're envisioning that happening in? What I thought I heard was, when we asked that question, was this is really neighborhood focused. If it's not, I'm happy to open that back up, because the geography is an important part of the vision. It tells where that impact should be happening.
well, I think we talk about the common good, we understand the common good is broad. And we talk about benefiting that common good at the individual level. So I think in that way, the focus on the neighborhood is appropriate. In other words, to express or exploit your influence where it is greatest or where it is concentrated. So in that way, I think the neighborhood is appropriate.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that it's limited to that. It means.
No, certainly could go beyond.
Yeah.
But our vision for this plan is that we're gonna make this impact at our neighborhood. Now, we come back together 3, 4, 5 years from now, wildly successful, we may say, we feel like we can expand the influence and the scope of what we're trying to achieve. Maybe it's at a community level or a municipal level, or, you know, who knows, even beyond. Again, that's the aspirational part of this. Any other thoughts we want to capture before we move on to talking about values?
Just a question about that. When you're talking about expanding, we're not limited, are we, in any given year? We're not limited to our vision. If some year it decides to expand itself, are we somehow confined?
The vision is simply, if you think about a strategic plan as a 3 to 5 year roadmap, you know, that is essentially the roadmap that gets you to achieving the vision, accomplishing the mission. You're going to come back at the end of that period. Your mission is not likely to have changed. It is still going to be to benefit the common good of White Gables neighbors in that way. Your vision may be expanded either geographically, or you may say, we need to do more or differently than this. You know, we feel like these are where we want them to be. We're gonna kind of put them on autopilot, and that vision's going to expand into other concepts. And that may be execution of more events, other events, different events. It may be targeting specific issues that as an organization we want to address with the funds that we raise.
And in terms of spirit, if the spirit and the motion and the joy of the holiday season have us giving beyond the neighborhood, that's still part of that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, you've addressed a lot of the geography in your mission statement by making it flexible. You're reaching out, your who is the White Gables neighbors, which includes your residents and people, you know, not just physically adjacent. But I will work on, as part of my notes from this, putting together a statement for you all to react to edit as you see fit, and then ultimately to adopt along with your mission. And we will move on very quickly into values. And what we've addressed through the mission and the vision are the 5 W's of good journalism: who, what, when, where, and why. Values address the H, how. How do we work with all of our stakeholders? And that includes ourselves. It includes our neighbors and residents. It includes the potential partners, funders, donors, other people who are involved. And how do we ultimately relate to our broader community? I suggest all the time that number needs to be probably no more than 6 to 8 values. And I typically don't include kind of the standard values like honesty and integrity and things of that nature, because frankly, if your organization doesn't have those in place already, writing them down isn't going to. So understanding and assuming there's a baseline that we're all honest, that we all act with integrity, that we're thoughtful people. Yeah, Jerry mentioned a few, and I'm gonna write down a long list, and we can certainly cut back to a manageable number. But these are things that really ultimately, again, they address how do we work with one another? How do we work with the other people who want to come alongside us? If we want to talk about community involvement, if we want to talk about empowerment, how do we behave to foster that vision? So I'm going to write down the things that really I don't have to squat. We talked about safety.
You guys have that out there, and it's always in our minds when we deal with fire.
Sure, absolutely. All right, accountability, stewardship, safety, cooperation.
And this is that points of entry thing, is participation.
And I know we mentioned it as part of the vision, but I'm going to go ahead and write it down here for the purpose of this exercise as well. There's an assumption that you would value diversity of participant experience, diversity of background,
Ages.
diversity of ages.
I think encourage encouragement.
I feel like you guys are always asking for new ideas and new, like, but I don't know how you say that. I think y'all value that. Is that right, Jeff?
I think enjoyment.
Interestingly, one of the conversations Jerry and I had to sort of leading up to this was about questions that might guide the day. And a couple of the questions that came out really addressed that concept of joy, of fun. What would this look like for you if it was joyful and fun? How would it feel? How would it happen differently?
We keep trying to add music and singing and things that bring people together for joy and enjoyment and fun each year. And somehow or another, in the midst of all the work, that ends up being the last piece instead of the first piece. And I think it really needs to be upped in our priorities.
I'm going to ask you a more pointed question. Thinking about your own personal service on the board, what would make that service more enjoyable? What would make that service more meaningful?
A larger community of work, a larger pool of workers.
Okay. Does that fit into our values? I mean, when we talk about diversity, we talk about participation.
That comes with their participation.
It comes in with a lot of diversity, a lot of those.
So if we,
Not only that, I mean, like you said, large participation, don't take mine.
It's slap his fingers.
But when you commit, follow up that commitment. You know, you start to rely on, and I know this is all with all volunteers, you have to rely on them,
right,
and then all of a sudden, there's a no-show, or they don't participate, or that's a no-show, but
all right, no, that's good. I feel like,
Well, if I might just add something with this reliability, with two people in the group, when I think of grace, and Mariana has taught me that word. She uses it more often than I ever have seen. But it is when somebody fails or somebody falters. We don't scold them, we don't beat them up, we don't talk ill of them. we say, well, you know, they're volunteers and they probably did the best they could, you know, but that doesn't mean we don't learn at the same time, but we should still show kindness towards them. We still encourage them, but we try to avoid, single points of failure and, relying too much.
Right.
And now speaking of single points, I think of, Christie and her reliability and her dependability and just the way she delivers.
She's the only one we couldn't operate without.
No pressure.
Is so solid. I mean, there's no doubt that she gets it right and she gets it done and she.
As I read through these, I see a lot that address this bullet. Do they address this bullet as well?
I think so. Participation, joy and fun, encouragement, diversity.
Are there other words we want to call out for the way that this organization works with the broader community? And I'm thinking particularly about funders and donors, and thinking about the people that you go out to in the community and ask to find some way to support, whether that is a financial gift, donating an auction item, or volunteering their time.
Generosity and communication. I mean,
Yeah, communication is not on that list. I think it ought to be.
Okay.
I used the term openness earlier, which is reflected in communication.
And we do things like take out an advertisement in the paper that calls them out. We put them on, we do, you know,
thanking them.
we do thank them
Recognition.
and give them recognition both within the neighborhood and without as best we can.
Multiple ways we do that.
And signs of
Yep.
the forest is.
All right.
They send letters out, you want that with them?
So
Yeah.
the recognition, I hope gratitude is reflected and maybe it's
Yeah.
reflected. Oh, it is there. Very good. And I've said before, I'd like to see our volunteers or our donors and sponsors. Just, I hope they feel good about it. We intend to do a survey and ask them more. And maybe learn how to do it better. But
Yeah.
that's something that has been a historic weakness. Not to discount anything that's done.
No, of course. I want you to think about the values as a filter through which you evaluate the decisions that you make, through which you evaluate the course or courses of action that you choose. And when you come to a decision point, I can go left, I can go right. Which way do I go? How do I know which way to go? Those values become a filter, a decision-making tool. Now, the hard part. You've got a fantastic list of about 14 words here. I would like to, and it isn't that they're not all important and valuable words. I would really like to see you go through just a couple of minutes of how do we narrow that down to maybe 8? Are there themes that we can combine?
Recognition and gratitude. Maybe we just use recognition.
All right. What else?
Accountability and reliability.
You guys like that? All right. And now we're down to 12 words.
And encouragement. What was it saying? Participation and encouragement. Participation in diversity. So
Well, I think encouragement,
I think
Is the reason for diversity about diverse participation?
That's what I was thinking.
Diversity,
Participation,
participation.
Duration, those kind of all.
all 3 of them are. Yeah.
Next.
accountability and stewardship, maybe those are also very much same.
do you guys feel about that?
What was
But
that?
it's. I like
Yeah.
stewardship from there.
I agree with you.
Call out.
Mhm. I don't remember what
You didn't hear Ariel and agrees.
And safety.
What,
Yeah.
what?
Ariel
I-
agreed.
I agree with Diana because the accountability is about being good stewards of the donations of the funds raised.
Does that fit in with reliability?
I think, one distinctive thing about stewardship that I, think that Mike may be thinking of when he says it's an important call out is to think of it as something that doesn't belong to the five of us. It now belongs to the neighborhood.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm honored to have served as the chair, but I don't think it's my event by any means. And so I take an attitude of stewardship towards it versus ownership.
But the joy that is outside of you guys too.
We're down to 10 words.
Generosity seems to be built into everything. I'm not sure we need it as a call out if we're being accountable and good stewards. And we have gratitude. I think maybe generosity doesn't need to be in them.
Does it capture that notion of grace and forgiveness and forbearance?
Well, you're right too.
Is that a value?
It's just.
Well,
Yes.
again, if we want to encourage,
That's very close to kindness, Jerry.
yeah,
I mean, that's one of those things that I kind of take for granted.
yeah,
I know you're just thinking aloud.
One of the challenges in kind of articulating these values is there are a lot of concepts that might work well together, but if you think hard enough and long enough, you can sort of tease them out just a little bit and say, you know, I like the concept, but I like this, and this is important, and should also be a standalone call out. And so sort of getting to that place of, you know, we've got these, you know, 6, 7, 8 core values that, again, form the decision filter for when we have to make a tough decision and the answer isn't necessarily immediately obvious to everyone. How would decision A filter through these values? How would decision B filter through these values?
If I'm starting out, I'm gonna put stewardship at the top.
Okay. Are there any,
Communication next.
are there any that you would strike and say, yeah, that's an important concept, but probably isn't going to make the cut for the top page?
well, I was about to suggest striking communication before Diane said that. Because I think it's reflected in accountability, and reliability.
Generosity.
And right, yeah, so maybe generosity and communication, maybe not necessarily you, because I guess if you're showing gratitude, that's a form of forbearance, I think. Or you can express forbearance with gratitude.
Mm-hmm.
A work environment, I would-
You're gonna have participation, you can't have one without the other.
When somebody puts safety up, what were they thinking?
Yeah,
Is
I
that a
think-
real value or is that a work ethic?
That's, I agree there. I'm sitting there looking at safety. Well, safety is,
It's a,
what the?
it's a work
I-
ethic.
I-
We have
I'm a
to,
safety officer from
we
FEMA,
have
you
to
know, so-
practice, we have to practice it. We have to
I
be
think
mindful,
it
but
might
is
have been
it?
an acknowledgement of the medium that you're working in.
You know, I don't think we need, I mean, if you're
Is it safe to
cooperate, I mean,
Yeah.
The attorney that they need to be there.
I'm thinking that, you know,
Liability.
Well, that's a different word.
Well, if you're putting it out there too, would you want to keep that term in there for the volunteers who would tend to be less?
yeah, you don't want a 10-year-old kid driving a golf cart.
Yeah.
Well,
Driving down things at the same time, like.
The good news is by combining as we have, we're down to 8 concepts. Without trying to put them in any rank or priority order, because that's not necessarily the point here. It is just that these are the filters that we make decisions through. You've got the recognition / gratitude as a value. You've got joy, and I'm separating joy and fun as separate values because I think they're different. They should be fun for everybody, to the degree that you can make it fun, because at the end of the day, the job still has to get done. But we want to make it as fun as we can, but we also want to bring people joy. Not just the recipients, but the people, as you guys have articulated already, the people behind the scenes who are doing the work to make it happen. That's 3. Then you've got an accountability, reliability, which makes 4, stewardship, safety, cooperation, participation, diversity, and encouragement.
I think you can put safety up there with joy and fun. If you do that, have fun, do it in a safe manner, and you're joyful. I mean, you know, those two are joy and fun.
But let me throw this out as a question for you all. Take safety out for a second. We have 7, and then we have safety, generosity, and communication as the potential 8th value.
I'm still trying to figure out how
Not,
safety.
not all together.
Oh, okay.
You could choose from among those 3 concepts to articulate an 8th
Wait.
value if you wanted to.
Mary Ellen, go
I
ahead.
was just saying, I was trying to sort out how safety fit into our value system. Like I haven't put that together to figure out how that would fit in.
To a value.
Over the
That's
years.
where we were at.
Over the years, it's served as a functional value, because there are certain things that have been suggested that people go, I don't know about that, Jerry. Or that's very nice of you to offer, but don't let so-and-so drive the golf cart, you know,
Oh,
or,
gosh.
and it does really shape our behavior on the day of, setting up the display.
I look at safety and fun. We can do it fun. We want volunteers to have fun to do this. But we don't want them to be
Having
unsafe.
watched somebody light candelabras with a blowtorch.
There we go.
It's like a subset of values for different parts of the mission. I mean, a subset of values for volunteers.
Well, it's generated more conversation than probably is warranted, because the notion of stewardship includes being a good steward of human capital or human capacity too. So that's
all in there.
or respect and generosity are also reflected in a safety.
Yeah, accountability too.
Safety it could be in a policy of some
Yeah.
sort.
It's a premise for doing tasks.
Yeah, I just, it's not a value.
Yeah,
And
that's where I'm, it's a premise for doing operations, period. You do it in a safe manner regardless. Even going out to solicit donations, you gotta be safe, because you
Yeah.
don't want to go into somewhere you don't want to go.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
Across Main
so
Street.
if we're being good stewards, if we're being good
There you go, yeah.
She has a comment. Go ahead. Go
just,
ahead, Mary.
I'm agreeing with you and saying if we're being good stewards, then if we're being good stewards of our resources, human or otherwise, then we are going to operate in a safe way.
Stewardship, yeah,
Good enough.
stewardship,
Yeah.
you're doing it in a safe manner.
Right, so that gives us 7, and also we'll go back and look at the other 2 that we kind of took off earlier. There's room for an 8th value. Do you want to call out generosity or communication, or is there another that we just haven't surfaced yet through the brainstorming process?
Communication is still a value to me. We have to be, communication is the biggest pitfall of any kind of an organization.
Or lack thereof.
Well, that's what I mean, communication or lack thereof. I wasn't being negative.
I look at
The program manager
Recognition.
spoke.
gratitude, communication is part of that too, you know, you're.
Thinking about your vision statement, is empowerment about it?
Oh, yeah. Encouragement is there, encouragement, empowerment,
Yeah,
whatever you call it.
I would,
Alright.
yeah, I would put
But
that,
we'll look at those 2 as
yes.
So we'll come back to that, but you don't have to have an 8th value. There's nothing magic about that. 7 is a good number. But if you want communication as that 8th value, that certainly is a way to go. Strong feelings one way or the other.
Or a lack of response says an answer. No strong feelings.
Don't. So, that's one of the complaints, no, we didn't know about, but we did, so that's one thing I think you guys need to keep front and center, that communication with all stakeholders is very important.
So we'll have communication be invaluable. You guys can always at some point come back and how to make you feel like you need to. All right, so we have a mission, we have the framework for a vision statement, and we have 8 values that will define how we work with one another, with other stakeholders, and the broader community. How do you guys feel about that?
Good, done.
Okay. All right, we are at 11:15. We're going to take another brief stretch and bio break, and we'll come back and we'll get started on talking about the event and then move on to the board.
Oh, the gyms are right in the hall to the right. And there's 2 of them.
We got more water bottles they're in there if anybody needs it. And of course, there's more coffee too if you prefer.
I'd love another cup of coffee.
How do you take it? We got sugar and some milk here.
With both.
This is Stanley. Stanley's been a good friend. A big fish. Just getting out of the movement. Normally use a big one. And most of my coaching students, so they pull down the water. The big ones in that proportion. And she was using it. And so we try to keep everything back here, so at least Mariel can see what's going on.
No, I think
you'll just have a feeling.
It's fantastic. I mean, put that last paper on, you know, if they want
Yeah.
to do it.
Which should be in the front page.
Yeah. We can.
Except for the ranking.
Itself, that way it's also.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
all.
I see what you're doing, yeah. Outstanding.
Last one up here, so we can start capturing notes for.
Satisfactory. Okay.
Neat.
Now the question is, I don't have her email address or something. I haven't got one.
Mary Ellen's?
Yeah. I think they like your cheese straw.
Oh, good. I just bought them the cookie press, but made it 10 times easier. And then with my dad, and like, no, just cheese straw. Where do you get cheese straw? I'm like, "Oh, wait. I'll make you cheese."
How you do that?
I got the hint.
I can do that.
Apparently he goes to somebody's house, right? He goes to Upton a couple times a month, and she always has to.
Oh, yeah, the one when I forget, yeah.
Yeah,
And they're all on the app now.
Bring you cheese straws.
I can do that.
Yeah, give me a chance here. Here we go. Trying to find it. We have one. ELLEN. DE. Hi, at the beginning of June, I was EORE to Alabama. My son graduated from Iowa School. Yeah. And I stayed there about a week. And they were moving at the time too, so. I do, yeah. My granddaughter's gonna be 6 Monday. My son will be 36 on the 3rd. Wow. My grandson will be 11 in August. Anyway, I rode with my daughter-in-law's mother to Alabama, and then I drove my son's truck up to Tennessee. And I helped them move into their new house. And then I flew home to the station in Tennessee. Yeah, Fort Campbell, Kentucky. How long is this Sunday?
We're thinking he's gonna be there for the next 5 years. 3 for sure.
Yeah.
But he may have to go overseas again.
And that's what I've always looking at, to see if they're gonna stay in Norfolk,
Yeah.
they'll maintain us listening. But they're gonna transfer, and he's gonna get out. He had to go, he had to do the season.
Right.
It was like, and he had to re-enlist. So he's got, I don't know, a year and a half or something. So. He does not want to transfer out, you know, have another.
Right. Yeah, those are ridiculous. I'm wondering now, just wanting people. Are they apple? Mm-hmm. Apple and cinnamon. Really good. It was all good. Thank you for the donuts, Johnny.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't buy them.
Diana
Anybody
did.
want more water out? There's more cold water in the refrigerator.
Well, there's also ice there. There's an ice maker there. If you need cold water and you want some ice.
So did you buy the donuts?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
There goes your glucose monitor again.
I had to go screaming.
What do you say this one is Google?
I'm not sure it's just on. They have a thing. Let me see. I'll look at the tab.
Really is. Oh, that's very good. It's so quiet out
Yeah,
there.
they just call it apple pastry bites.
Much easier to pronounce.
Very vital.
Diana, I'm thinking about you in those shoes. I have the black pair of the same ones, and I dress for school based on wearing those shoes. Because they're so.
They're comfortable. They're the most comfortable shoes I've had.
Yep,
They're also the most expensive shoes I've bought.
me too, but it was so well worth it. I think I've been wearing them now. I wear them probably 3 days a week to work.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not sure I can do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm locked in. I'm locked in.
Too many, between the pacemaker and the monitor and I spent half my time in the ER this year. I went down so totally.
I remember that, but you.
Very, very, just continually nauseous, continually. We've taken me off of all of my diabetes medication, except for one.
Oh, no, that's.
For my endocrinologist. And
And
I go back July 1st, we figure out how minimal. I can-
Overall, I see it, I
And
couldn't
that
tell what.
helps a lot.
What it was like.
So I think after all these years of taking the same medication, I can't take it anymore.
Cause you look.
2006.
Thank you.
You look wonderful. She does. She looks, your color looks good, everything looks good.
There's enough foundation and blush on that.
Makeup helps.
Makeup
You
helps.
sound good, I'm like.
But I really did go very, very far down. I can't do it.
You're
There's a
still-
lot I could do before that I-
Still not there.
Right. I mean, you feel like doing it. Right. From being an energizer bunny, I turned into a couch potato. And day after day after day, and just on the couch.
Mom, I think you're good. Yeah, just can't eat a nap every day. Yes.
Mary Ellen, which is-
You're allowed.
And you should take it.
Oh, yeah, she's 6 years older than I am. Yeah, exactly. We're allowed.
Oh, she's on the line.
But your institutional memory, like, of this, as many people come on. You're, as you step back, the people step up, they're gonna need your.
Mike has the notebook. The notebook is there to get passed on to the next person. And that will give them everything that they need to go
Oh,
further.
they're gonna need to come over for a cup of coffee with you.
Oh, anytime.
All right, we'll jump back in and I will ask you guys for some direction at this point. I know we still have a little over 2.5 hours of time and that last probably 45 minutes or so is going to be essential for us to frame out the big goal statements from which the strategic plan then gets developed. We really have two paths we need to travel. So in the next hour and a half or so, one is going to be related specifically to the current Luminaria event. The other is related to the board and board development. Which would be preferable to you for us to work through first? With the idea that we may get bogged down in conversation and not get fully to the other.
I like the event, going through the event quickly. But expanding the board is more important. We need to do that first and then go back to the event.
Let me put an idea to you. I think there was a question that might dictate to some degree the next step in this process, and that is this. There are really two paths to go with regard to this year's event. One is to continue to do it the way that it has been done previously and look at 2024 as the target year for making significant changes to the event. And the other is obviously to proceed full speed ahead with potential changes to the event this year. Based on the conversations Gary and I had leading into today, that seems to be the primary event-related choice before the board. Any thoughts,
I don't want to change anything going on drastically
To the event itself.
to the event right now, yeah.
This year.
We can't anyway, because everything would be dependent on fundraising to expand.
Sure.
And we're too late to do that. We're almost always, one of my weaknesses up there is that we're almost always too late. For corporate fundraising, you need to start as soon as the event's over.
Yeah, in a lot of cases, having worked with nonprofits, that is a frequent refrain we hear is we applied in May, but all the funds have been allocated.
And since January.
Yeah. So is that the consensus of the group that 2023, we should proceed as normal as we have in the past with the eye that 24 may be the year we start targeting a different approach?
Mary Ellen, you want to see any new changes this year?
Oh, that's such a loaded question. Oh, I guess we're talking about the Luminaria. Okay.
You can wave a magic wand for me too, kiddo.
Okay, yeah, that's exactly right. Well, no, I just think that Mike is correct. We need to just set our sights to go status quo for this year. I echo Rob in that I don't think we need to really do anything different now this late in the game. But for 2024, set our sights on maybe implementing some of the bigger, grander things we had in mind.
And my thinking was we would have a bigger board to make those big decisions.
Yeah.
Well, and the importance of that decision then is that perhaps the most valuable use of our time moving forward is to really look at the board and how you look at growing the board in that aspect of your human capital. So with that in mind, I'm going to ask one of the questions on the event page, and it is this: does White Gables Luminaria have the human capital in place that it needs to execute the event?
My answer is no, because we have the same people doing the same things and then taking on more than they really should have to take on. one of the things that we envisioned when we first started and did our bylaws was that we would have officers, but we'd also have directors, and so that we would have people in place to be part of the ongoing planning. And it turned out that almost all of the ongoing planning was 5 people with different people, you know, just sort of whistling in and out. Whereas what we need is an expanded board that's got, you know, a good 10 or 15 people that are there making decisions. And that way too, we could have far more of we could have a nominating committee. Instead, we're just sort of renominating ourselves and going forward. And then we could have a separate decision-making committee for beneficiaries, because we would have a larger pool. And then it would be, for me, fairer and far less in conflict than what we should be doing as a 501c3.
So I think that sort of answers, at least in part, the next question, if the answer is no. And does everyone agree with that answer?
Yeah.
That the current human capital is insufficient. The next question is, then what's missing? The expanded board is certainly an important part of the human capital equation. And I think as we get more into the board conversation, it's going to be important to evaluate what skill sets you have, what skill sets you need, and where the gap. But from a human capital standpoint, thinking primarily about the board, but it's okay to touch on the event here as well. What's missing?
Commitment.
You.
Thanks a lot. Yeah.
We all.
I just had my birthday now. Come on. Don't make me feel any older.
Happy birthday.
Could we say energy?
Yeah.
Well, I have energy. It's just not very fast energy.
Most of mine is now potential and not kinetic.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
put me in front of my computer, I'm fine.
So,
But that's the commitment and the youth is where commitment can be youth or adults.
Well, that's something
Yeah.
you need to show an adult.
Yeah, even homeowners, just plain homeowners.
Mhm.
How do you get them to commit? Energize themselves to get others to commit and to participate. Yeah,
All right.
it's easy to put it up on the board. That's the easy part, I think, but it's to try to get them to do that.
but if they don't know it, if they don't see, if they don't understand that this is the mission of the organization, this is the vision of what we're trying to accomplish, it gets really difficult for them to see themselves, A, having a part in it, B, wanting to be involved, because if I don't know what your mission and vision are, then I don't know whether it aligns with who I am as a person.
And
I think it's neat that you do it, and I'm happy to buy the lanterns and light up.
And we mentioned something, I think, at the beginning of this. We are not part of HOA.
Yeah,
And people, and I don't know how to commit, to broadcast this. We need the HOA approval, the blessings, to do this event. Multiple, December, and, but we don't want to be associated with the HOA because the animosity runs rapid with.
So we need that separation.
Yeah. And people, and how do you tell the people, or they'll say, we are not HOA.
yeah, I mean,
And,
you don't assume like you're throwing the HOA under the bus, particularly if you need their sanction for
right,
doing the event.
what I started to say is that one of the things that we talked about doing, that I think that again, we can't, it's too late to do it for this year, or it would be difficult to do it for this year, but was to actually go out and recruit one person on each of the major roads to
Like a
be
block captain.
the block captain. And that way they get participation, they get their neighbors together to do something. If we do have a carol sing or something down at the clubhouse to bring people out of their houses in, so that they're beginning, so that everyone has a better understanding that this is, it may be, we may be most visible at Christmas time, but we are an organization that is a charitable organization. And getting that vision out there. And I think the block captains are one way we can start doing that.
That's a great idea.
I'll jump in if I could on that and piggyback that in cooperation with the committees that the HOA has, like say for instance, the social committee, and then the neighborhood watch from days of old. I mean, obviously they're not organized right now, but block captains was a thing that, was necessary to make that work back in the day. So if we could kind of bring that back, like Diana's saying, with block captains, but utilize that for other committees too, because social committee, if we're going to be doing, if the big picture involves doing things coinciding with the social committee that makes sense, then our block captains would be the same people, one and the same, and people who would take ownership of the communication piece of it for each of their blocks. I mean, I think I think we're on the right track to bring back block captains.
I'm gonna ask a question, and I think Rob probably started to answer it without even realizing it. Are there known reasons or educated guesses as to why gaps exist?
The only thing I could think of was just recently when the board of directors did something really stupid.
The HOA one.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it riled the neighborhood. Not just a block, but it riled the whole neighborhood where they had a special meeting. And it was more than the annual meeting. People showed up.
Wow. Energized people.
Oh, it did. I don't want to be on that end.
Sure.
But go ahead, Elizabeth.
No, I'm just looking of the people that answered the survey questions, 26% of them said they didn't even know about the memorial. So as much as we, so
Think as
that
much
would
as
be
you
a
think
better
it's-
way. We
yeah.
think we're telling them that.
And
Yeah.
you look at the names of these people, they're people in the know,
Yeah.
But then there are a lot of,
And I don't, I want people to step up and take, because the ownership, or what do you want to call it, some responsibility or volunteerism. But how do you do that? We, as a board of directors, I was on the first board of directors here. We had 3 people on the board of directors, and then someone says, we wanted 5 people. Okay, but they both got voted in. 5 people. You can't get 5 people to run for the board. You can't get for 3 people. You can't get for one position that's vacant. You can't get people to run it. They have to write them in. So I don't know how, in the whole scope of things, how do you get people to expand our board to get them involved as block captains?
One-on-one.
Get them involved to come out the day of, or 2 days before, the day
Right.
of, or the day after to clean up.
I think we have no trouble getting somebody for the day of. But I think we have a few people that we just need to go and sit down with them in their living room. I mean, the Christians of this world that we know the people that we know will help. Anybody in our neighborhood we know, and we just go, we're looking to expand the board. I know that you're really good at X. So I think that's a session where we get names, we actually target who we're gonna do it, who's gonna go visit them. It's always one-on-one, we can put all the publicity that we have on the website, and the way we have of communicating is excellent. But when it comes down to getting people to be on a board, you just have to look them in the face and make them tell you one-on-one, looking in your eyes, no. And you can't ask your husband, you have to have somebody else ask him, because he can tell you no too easily.
I think that's an excellent point, Diane. People are not going to say yes if they're not asked. One of the things that I would encourage you to look at and consider, you have a somewhat robust volunteer group. I mean, people who come out day of, people who come out in advance of, people who come out to clean up. I would start there, quite frankly. I mean, you need to think about your volunteers at whatever level of involvement as your pipeline for the board. Other boards I've been involved with and served on, other boards that I've worked with as a nonprofit executive, that committee structure was set up purposely to become a pipeline for board membership. We didn't require every committee member to be a board member. You had to have a majority of board members on the committee so that non-board members didn't end up making policy decisions that impacted the organization. But inviting people from the community who had expertise in whatever the committee subject was, whether that was finance or development or governance or whatever the case might be, becomes a pipeline for assessing how well they might perform as board members, how committed are they to the task, how hard do they work to prepare for meetings. It gives you an idea of whether or not they would be appropriate as board members based on the way that they participate in committee meetings. And volunteers, clearly there's some level of investment on their part in that mission vision, because they're coming out and they're doing things like putting sand in bags and sticking candles down and hand delivering them, or sticking a bunch of them on a golf cart and driving around the neighborhood. They're investing time in making this event happen. So evaluating, and we'll talk a little bit about doing a skills gap analysis and all of those things that can dictate how you go about building a board. But Diana is spot on with the idea that this has to be a sit down one-on-one, and it needs to be a somewhat formal thing. It can't be an in passing, hey, would you think about joining the board? And you know, you're almost like committing a drive-by. You can't do that. That's not going to work. People want to be engaged, they want to feel wanted, they want not for wine and dine, but they want to feel like this question is important enough for you to dedicate some time to come over and knock on their door, sit in their living room, sip on some tea, and pitch them and recruit them. You know, and I'm not saying lay it on thick and you know, be disingenuous about it. But if I'm going to come to you and ask you, Rob, to join the board, I'm going to come to you. Well, fair enough. I'm going to come to you with some reasons why. I'm asking you specifically because I think you've got some skills that the board can benefit from. Here's the time commitment. Here is, you know, just so that you're familiar, I got a little one pager for you. This is our mission. This is our vision. I'm giving you this because I want to make sure that you're clear. We're not the HOA. We're not the HOA board. This is a separate 501c3. You know, I'm happy to answer the questions I can for you, but I really want you to give this some thought because we need, you know, make them tell you no to your face. Some will, and that's okay. But they'll also surface objections that I think you can relatively easily overcome. Oh, I'm just too busy. Look, we meet once a month for an hour. You know, we provide wine, we provide dinner, we provide something that makes it worth your while to be there. And we need, never underestimate the power of being vulnerable enough to say, we need you. It isn't just about putting warm bodies. It's not about finding people who can fog a mirror. It's really about skill sets. And we need your skill set on our board. Are there other reasons why you think that the gap between what you need and what exists might be there? Because it's important to surface these and understand them so that you can work to overcome the objections that are going to come along.
And many of them are, you know, or otherwise commit, that it's other people's other commitments.
And it's the people without children, the older people, who usually end up being the volunteers, because.
And honestly, I think you're right, that HOA board, people's perception is that an HOA thing, they don't want to be involved.
Or they
They don't
imagine,
want to put themselves out there. Right.
or they imagine that it's stressful because they're aware of the stress that goes with the, HOA service.
So are there ways that you can message around these in your recruitment?
Yes.
Particularly one-on-one.
That becomes the challenge then for you, is developing a recruitment plan, developing it doesn't have to be anything more complex than a little manila folder that has just a little bit of information. It's one page on the mission, the vision, the values of the organization. And, maybe even, hey, here's a list of all our meetings from last year. So you can see, this is not some onerous, this is gonna sub 5 hours of every week out of your life that you would want to spend with your kids, or you might want to spend on whatever.
And that, I think then, and to emphasize, this is a group that's joyous to work with, not problem solvers. We're bringing joy and encouragement. We're not bringing, drama and
Yeah.
issues.
So, I think that's probably one of the first tasks in terms of building the board is going through this and questioning your assumptions about why people don't have an interest, and then finding ways to message around that in your recruitment. And being deliberate and intentional about building those relationships, about spending the time necessary to, and giving people, it's a lot to think about. I'm not asking you for an answer right now. Unless your answer is yes. If your answer is yes, I'll take it right now. But I want you to have time to think about it. And you know what? Maybe even invite them to come to a meeting.
Well, not only that, I think we should message that we're asking for a family involvement, that there are things for the kids to do as part of this, so that sort of answers the, well, I've got kids and how am I going to, well, bring the kid along with you, we'll put him to work.
Yeah. Well, and even think about the way that your meetings are structured, what time they're held, what night of the week they're held on, what location. So is it something that is going for the people for whom busyness is the primary objection? Are there ways to structure that meeting so that you maybe take that argument off of the table? Yeah, I know for a lot of younger families, Saturdays don't work. They've got ball, they've got soccer, they've got this, that, or the other. They want to go somewhere for the weekend because they want to get the kids to the zoo or the aquarium or the museum or whatever. Are there ways to structure your meetings so that they are more accessible?
What's this, on that question alone, what's this group's feeling about us doing it at Lux? We had nearly all our meetings last year at Lux. They were nearly all on Wednesday or Thursday. What's this group's feeling? Is that a good thing or a bad thing or?
I liked it.
Does it present a barrier for younger parents?
No.
Some of our young.
Can they bring their kids? Can their kids
No.
be entertained and fed?
Oh, they can bring their kids, but there's nothing for them to do. I don't think.
During that time of the year, the weather's not the greatest, so Lux has that outdoor space. A lot of families do bring their kids and they play cornhole and run around and all of that, but truly, if we're in the cooler months and trying to have meetings, that tiny house that we meet in is probably not conducive to young kids. I mean, I have a special situation. I don't even want to bring her there. So I wouldn't.
I always thought that it would be better at the clubhouse.
Probably can't get it.
If we have it during the week, it's probably, usually it's not but we have to go through the HOA. Which I don't have any hard feelings about the HOA.
I don't either. I think we can ask for a standing appointment and get it, we only want
Yeah.
4 or 5 times, right? We can do it on a Wednesday if we're gonna do Wednesdays.
The canner, he has the key to the building.
How frequently does your board meet? Monthly?
It has not been regular, although in the fall, it was a weekly thing.
It starts to pick up and it ramps up.
After Thanksgiving, it was weekly. After Halloween, it was almost weekly.
That's that's just something to think about, because in addition to the busyness, the lack of convenience, the lack of available childcare impacts people's, not necessarily their interest, but their availability. Especially, I mean, I'm thinking about, one of my daughter's best friends and her husband live in the community, and they've got an 8-year-old and an almost 3-year-old. And I have no doubt that if she were asked, she would probably be willing to get involved. But thinking about how are the kids going to be taken care of, is her husband going to have to be the one who takes responsibility for keeping them at home and feeding them while she comes out to a meeting, and just how does that work within the family dynamic and all of those things. I mean, ultimately, you want to make it as easy as possible for people to participate. Yes, there does have to be some effort and involvement on their part, some investment of time and effort. You can't make it perfectly easy, right?
I've also envisioned that so many of the day-to-day decisions could be made by the 5-member board, but having the full board come together might be less than that. So it may be that we have executive committee meetings for some things, but wider committee meetings for others. So that the amount of time that the full board comes would be less than the amount of time the 5 people that are on the corporate board meet. Because I try to keep notes for corporate board and notes for regular board. Even if it's the same meeting, I try to separate the notes out so that we have a corporate board decision annual meeting, and the rest of it can be day-to-day working. So that's easy enough to structure.
Using a committee structure can be a great way to engage more people, because I will tell you, there's another board that I serve on right now, and I'm the chair of that board. Our board, the actual full board, meets every other month. And in between, the committees meet. Most of the committees meet on a monthly basis, but they meet at a time that is convenient for the members of that committee. So some meet at 8 a.m. on Tuesday morning, some meet at 5 p.m. on Thursday afternoon, and they do the work. They transact, and then our board meetings are in large part those committee reports. And it's either, hey, we made this decision, we're moving forward with it, or we are recommending this course of action and want the full board to approve this decision.
That's what we're lacking.
That's what we're lacking.
We also have set our meetings up so that they are hybrid. If you can come in person and want to, that's fantastic. If not, you're going to get a Zoom link so you can participate by Zoom. And recognizing that that's a way to involve people legitimately that overcomes some pieces of those known and assumed objections.
And having standing committees is, it's easier to recruit a chair of a standing committee than a board member than to recruit them simply to be a board member.
And what that committee structure again also does is it feeds into that pipeline, because, if you say each of our committees is going to have 7 members, 4 board members and up to 3 non-board members, guess what? You get 3 non-board members that you can evaluate and assess their commitment and whether or not they, in a year or 2 years, would make good board members. They already by that point have an association, they have a standing relationship with some of your board members. And if you're doing what you need to do in terms of recognizing and thanking them for their service and honoring that contribution, the skids are a little greased.
When the part of this group has already heard this thought, but when I was working in higher education, one of my recurring responsibilities was to organize the judicial board and the honor councils for a number of different institutions. And when in the efforts to develop those groups, I always asked them what they who would they go to in the community if they had a need or a ethical dilemma. In that case, it could be related to the mission of the judicial board. Right. But if they had, in this case, we could ask in our own imagination, who would we go to if we had a need? Who in the neighborhood we go to? If we wanted to make something happen, or if they had a need. And what the judicial board members and the students that I worked with always came back to no less than three things. One, they said they would know me or the circumstances I lived in. They were successful themselves, and they apparently had experience in navigating difficult situations.
Mm.
And the third thing was, they cared about me, or they trusted me, or I trusted them. So we had some sort of, relationship. So it was kind of a role model, opinion leader, resource person. They were kind of plugged into things. So those are the things that I thought of as I approached these individuals. And now I have to tell you that these people are
He
so
regrets
good.
me.
Not at all, not at all. These people are so good that it makes me very gun shy about introducing new people. Because I don't want to upset the dynamics or upset individuals, you know?
And there's a certain amount of judicious decision-making that's involved in inviting people, because there is a real feel-out process. You know, you don't know how someone new is going to interact. So there is, you know, that first year is sort of, well, let's just see how this new ingredient flavors the recipe. And there's no magic way to approach that, other than one of the things that I believe very strongly in is boards need to create an onboarding process for new members. There absolutely has to be something that a new board member gets when they come aboard that explains all the little nuances, because everybody else knows all the inside jokes. Everybody else understands why this gets done this way and that gets done that way, and why the meetings are on Tuesday instead of Friday. Something that orients and onboards the new member to what they're saying yes to, so that they understand. We do our board meetings once a quarter or whatever the structure, because the committees take care of most of the work. And so you're going to have to choose two committees to serve. You don't have to chair either of them, but you do have to be willing to serve, which means showing up for meetings, living out the values of being accountable and reliable, and a good steward of, you know, the authority and the elements of operation that are entrusted to your committee. But that's something that I strongly encourage every nonprofit that has a board of directors to do, is create that orientation and onboarding process, so that you have something to go back to the first time something, you know, unusual happens. And you have something that you can continually refer those new board members to when they're ringing you up or emailing you and saying, why are we doing this again? Or tell me what I'm supposed to do about that. Well, if you look back at your orientation manual on page 17, you know, this covers that, and I'm happy to talk with you about it, but I want to make sure that we've given you the resources to answer your questions and give and empower you, empower you to participate fully as a board member. You know, once you're on the board, you're on the board. You're not a junior member for the first 2 years where you have to sit out along the wall and not at the table and you have to raise your hand to be recognized. You're a board member, and you need to be empowered with knowledge. You need to be empowered with all of the stuff that doesn't get recorded in the board minutes. Make sense?
Just a
That's where our
question.
policies come in. We have a
Absolutely.
prioritization and we have policies.
Yep.
That
That's
should be
all part of.
giving somebody we used to do that for church trustees. And
And-
basically the notebook that has the bylaws and has the policies and has the.
I would consider making part of that orientation manual copies of board meeting and committee meeting minutes for the last 2 years, so that they can read on their own and build up their historical understanding of what's being discussed at the board meeting and what the history of it is before the board. You know, hey, we started talking about this 1.5 years ago and we put it off, or we made a decision we're going to go kind of halfway down this path. Again, it's empowerment, it's knowledge, it is going to give them the ability to work as effectively as possible in spite of their newness to the board.
I'd like to have us we need an annual corporate meeting. That's part of our responsibility. And to do that, we haven't carefully carved that out. And that's one thing I was going to make as a suggestion for today, is that we do very carefully have an annual corporate meeting with just the board and follow and make those policy decisions then. And then we don't have to bring them before the full board because they're already part of our policy and in our notebook.
And that corporate meeting also becomes a vehicle through which you can bring new board members on.
I'm still confused when you say boards.
So
I
it,
know of the executive board, I understand that, and that's the only board that I have really seen. The rest is just like myself, I'm here to help out. So I become a committee member to help out the luminaries, but what I don't see, and I think you're talking about, Mike, is we have standing committees as part of the luminary that would be the delivery committee, the solicitation or the fundraising committee.
Now,
That's what you're talking about. We have not defined it clearly. All we have is, to me, a board of directors.
You have a board of directors and your bylaw specified between 5 and 15 people. They will govern every decision that gets made by White Gables Luminaria,
Yes.
including the decision of whether or not to add events and what the structure of those events might be. Within that 5 to 15 member board, you should have working subcommittees. Maybe one looks at finance, maybe one looks at development, maybe one looks at governance, maybe one looks at
Yep.
community
publicity. yeah.
Publicity,
can make them
fundraising, you name it.
you
Yep.
give the responsibility for whatever you want them to have.
Yep.
As you build that board up to your max or close to your max, and you want to do that carefully. You do not want to go from 5 to 15 overnight. And the reason you don't want to do that is because then you're going to end up having a majority of people who have little or no knowledge of how this organization has evolved. And you're going to give them the ability to make decisions on behalf of the organization in the majority.
Okay.
So if you have 5 actual board members right now, then I would say over the next 2 years, your target should be to add no more than 4 new board members. Get them aboard, give them the opportunity to sort of get up to speed and understand, get their legs underneath them before you start growing the board anymore. Because I'm not saying that would happen here, but I've seen it happen in other organizations where they grew the board too rapidly and the new board members ended up hijacking the organization and completely changing the mission and completely changing the way the organization operated because they had the majority and they could do it.
And to answer John's question that I think was implicit in there from what I was talking about, aside from having a White Gables Luminaria board, we also are a corporation. And the 5 officers of that corporation need that annual meeting separate. And the decisions we make there can be brought to the broader board
Right.
as already been made.
Yep, still has to be publicly noticed. The agenda still has to be
Yeah.
published. People have to be given the opportunity to attend, which
To
brings
attend.
me to a question. Do you publicize broadly the meetings of this board and invite non-members to attend?
We do.
Yes.
There's
Okay.
always done that.
Okay,
Let me, at the risk of putting off conversation, you stop me if it's not time. I wanted to see if this group and or our survey, Mary Ellen, has a good answer to the question, why don't people want to be committee chairs? And then the second question is, do we want to talk about specific individuals are we too early for an action plan related to this question of expanding the board?
well, I think ultimately that we're gonna get to that as part of the
Okay.
goal identification in the last hour. Without naming specific individuals as part of that goal, the broader goal is probably gonna relate to recruitment of additional board members and other volunteers under that organizational development bucket.
All right.
That's my guess, at least at this point, is how that might play out.
And I'm deferring to you. Is that cool with everybody? Or would you rather drill down, or, well,
I
there's
think
another
we-
question implied here, do we want to have another meeting?
Yeah, and I think it's part of this board conversation. One of the things that needs to happen is an assessment of the skills gaps. An
Okay,
assessment
that's-
of
okay.
other board membership gaps. You've kind of already mentioned there's an issue, not a lot of youth and energy, and no disrespect to any of us sitting around this table. Thinking about where the skills gaps might exist, where the demographic gaps might exist. Because what you'd ultimately like is a board that represents the neighborhood of the community. Which means, racial diversity, age diversity, appropriate balance of gender, all of those things.
Thank you, sir.
No, that's good. So thinking about board development, well, why don't we go ahead and move into that conversation about where the gaps are? Come over here. My apologies, Mary Ellen, I'm moving in.
That's okay. No, I was actually looking through the data, just in response to Jerry's question. We didn't ask a pointed question as to, serving on the board. But we did give an opportunity for people to provide other feedback or just really say anything at all that they wanted. Most of the additional feedback that was given seems to be, I mean, it's sort of spread out actually, but there's a lot about pricing, or there's a lot about making or giving things to the auction, some ideas about what other HOAs have done, but nothing about service. And probably that's our just lack of forethought to put in a question about, about serving on the board or what have you. But that could be another follow-up survey. I mean, once we, get questions out of this meeting.
Yeah, as you know, Mary Ellen, I had 67 questions.
And it's, yeah, exactly. I think what we wanted, I think we got 74 respondents out of 758 homes in this community. Now, not everybody, of course, is on Facebook, but I think we were surprised to get that many actually. So just in the
particularly in the short time we had.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's good data. Any data is good data. But I think we do need to have more. Don't know if we're going to be able to get the HOA to continue to support us querying members repeatedly. I feel real fortunate and somewhat surprised that they gave us the mailing list at once.
We can do it on Facebook. I wouldn't say we need to do it all the time because people start to become numb to us, but we could certainly thoughtfully put together another survey prior to the event. I don't think that would be overkill.
I didn't get anything from the HOA. I didn't even.
Well, you're kidding.
No.
Did it not come out via mail? I mean, via email?
I'm not on that list if it did.
I'm on the list.
That's concerning. Okay.
Yeah.
Me too.
I didn't get anything.
I didn't get anything about that.
So I think our 74 respondents were via Facebook. That's really interesting.
What about
I
Ryan?
don't know what
The survey.
we got from.
I didn't get it.
HO, and they do send you pool closings and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Wow.
Come to think of it, I didn't see it either, but I never thought about that until just now.
I don't think it went out.
That's disappointing.
Yeah, my explain
But the good news is that gives you the opportunity to go back today, get that survey out for us, please.
Yeah.
because we've got the authority to do it already from the board, right?
And those who've already responded.
That's
will
correct.
take- And that's,
Yeah, I didn't get it. I haven't done a response.
but that's a fantastic response rate from what looks like a fairly limited distribution.
Facebook, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the younger people too, which is great.
A lot of names,
Actually, many of them on this list are not all young.
but there are a lot of names I didn't recognize.
Which is good. One of the skills is that I would like to, that I think is a gap, is people who are willing to solicit.
Oh, absolutely.
Everybody says, everybody is happy to say who we should visit to get money from, but nobody's happy to go out there. Christy and I put our boots on the ground and both of us were dying. You know, it can't be down to
Yeah, I know,
just a
absolutely.
few of us.
I think
Go ahead, Mary Ellen.
I was just going to say an underutilized part of that is either we haven't, or I don't know if there's an unwillingness, but I just think most people probably haven't leveraged their personal networks and circles of friends. And, you know, that's the only way I've contributed to that particular committee is I have leveraged my personal network. And if we were all willing to do that, if there were, and when I say all, I'm referring to all of White Gables, if we were all willing to put forward just the amount of effort it takes to reel in one person from our network to be a sponsor, to make a donation to the auction or what have you, then the impact that can have, I mean, even if only half of the people out of 758 residences, if half of those were fruitful, then we'd have an incredible amount of support. So I just think turning that focus, taking it off of the two people right now who did all of the legwork, going out in the community, taking that energy and putting it out and saying, hey, many hands make light work. Can we count on everyone to bring us one sponsor out of your network of friends? You know your doctors, you know your retail shops, you know your people that you know in your circles. Bring us one. That's what we need from everyone in White Gables. For us to become a community and really work together at this effort, we need one. Can you do one?
We've asked that every year, you know, and we do get really good response, and we get people in the neighborhood who make things, who donate to silent auctions. But it's early in the year in January, what I'm talking about is people who will go out to do the corporate solicitations, the part that grows us beyond the neighborhood. Because I think, Mary Ellen, we're really good at doing that, but then you're quite right about asking people to do some of that individually. But we do need to target some of the big corporations around here early enough and see if we can get some of those bigger donations, particularly to expand in 2024.
Right. Well, that's what I did. I asked Dr. Yampolsky, and then each year I followed up and said, hey, it's that time again. Can we count on you? And it's just because I have a personal connection to him. It's easier for me to make that ask than it would be for you to make that ask. And then of course I mentioned, oh, you know, doctor, you're well on your way to being a legacy donor here. So we appreciate every year you showing up and doing this to support. And then, you know, using that verbiage to, you know, he said to me last year, well, I definitely don't want to get in the way of my legacy designation. So, you know, we know we can count on him again, and it'll be really easy for me to make the ask again because of that part of the conversation that was had. And so that's why I think there's so much value in each person, you know who you interact with in the community or in your circles or your family or whatever, who could be corporate sponsors, and the ask is easier on that level than it is for a stranger to go and make the ask at maybe potentially the wrong time.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and that's very good to the small businesses. But I think what Diana was saying, when you want to go after the Publix, the Food Lions, the Boeings, they take 3 to 6 months to process a request for a donation.
Sometimes a year in advance.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And they often have a finite budget.
Yes, that's what I'm
They
saying.
start rolling out on January 1, and when it's gone.
Because if somebody was working for Boeing and wanted to process it, they have to process it very early in the year.
And
True.
typically it involves levels of corporate approval, especially if it's over a certain amount. Now, a local store or a local operation may have authority up to some smaller amount, but if you're looking for a larger, you know, corporate level of support, the earlier the better on that process.
And my reason for doing it, Mary Ellen, is I think you're spot on, but we still need the people. We still need a fundraising solicitation committee of people.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Need to do that.
No doubt about it. I was just saying, I know, like, for instance, if I know someone who works at Boeing in corporate, I'm going to be able to get the intel as to when the good time is to make the ask and have someone walk it up instead of.
Yeah. One of the
And for me,
tasks,
that's my next door neighbor.
one of the tasks that'll be preeminent for that committee is putting together a list. Who are we going after? What time frame do we need to go after them? So again, you can reverse engineer the asks. You know, here's our list of 15 corporate sponsorship targets. Here are the due dates for their application. So here's the date by which we need to have all of our proverbial ducks in a row.
Yeah, because we seem to go back to the same people, and we need that expanded list.
Okay.
This might be more of an action plan question too.
Yeah.
Stop me if it is. But is there expertise in your consulting group for training about fundraising asks and solicitation?
There is, and it's, you know, we do that with especially some of our smaller nonprofits, or just in terms of helping them develop that function for themselves. Our goal is always teach the man to fish, and so that's certainly something that we can have more conversation about. Thinking about board member skills, typically boards are constructed around certain skill sets that may not be present, particularly in the paid staff. You know, for the most part, paid staff are familiar with running a nonprofit, but they may not be familiar with finances necessarily. They may not be legal experts. They may not have other, you know, certain applicable skills. And so they build boards to support their weaknesses. You know, so most nonprofit boards will typically target someone in the legal profession, maybe an accountant or somebody else who has experience managing finance, so that they are also able to lend a careful eye to the operations of the organization to make sure they don't run afoul of standards and practices. You know, so you're gonna have maybe an accountant who chairs your finance committee. You're gonna have somebody who is a lawyer who, you know, may be the person who reviews legal documents for you, agreements and contracts before they get signed. People who have specialized skill sets. And often, especially with smaller nonprofits where there's not a paid staff person, the presence of those types of skill sets becomes even more important. Because if there's not someone there managing the day-to-day affairs of the organization who can point out, hey, we need someone with a skill set here that can lead our effort, the board may not naturally come to that same conclusion.
I was admitted in Maine and Massachusetts, but never did any nonprofit work. I filed our 501c3 and went through, well, you saw the paperwork.
Yeah.
But having someone outside of the board that we could consult with, one of our council members for this district is Bill McIntosh, who's also a practicing South Carolina attorney, and asking him to be our unofficial consultant would not be a bad idea.
I would actually encourage you to think about finding someone, whether it's Bill or whoever, to sit on the board. I think creating that relationship with them, they'll be able to disclose and say, either I have to abstain from a particular conversation, or I'll participate with the idea that if there's legal work involved, you don't give it to me. I'm not, you know,
Yeah.
Diana, to get back to your concern about self-healing.
Yes, yeah.
You know, you're not putting them in that position, but having someone sitting at that table who can say to you, I think that's shaky from a legal standpoint, and here's why, or no, absolutely, you go ahead and you do that because.
We had somebody who wanted to donate to White Gables Luminaria, but direct it to a specific individual, and we had to tell them, no way, Jose, that's against our rules. And having somebody else aside from me looking at that would make me a lot more comfortable.
Right. Well, and that's, honestly, that is the purpose of building a board.
I have grandfather duties.
Understood,
Oh,
understood.
those are fun.
The
Grandson who drives, car broke down.
Oh, no.
I gotta take him.
Oh, no.
Mount Pleasant, so.
You as well.
Thank you, Rob.
Bye.
One of the primary reasons that nonprofits build boards of directors is to be able to utilize their expertise. Because nonprofits do not often have a large number of staff. They may have one, they may have two, but the odds of them being experts in any or all of these things are pretty slim.
I don't think Christy needs another finance and accounting person. She has been wonderful.
I just, like you though, I would like someone looking at what I'm doing to say,
Yeah,
I think
you're doing great.
from a finance and accounting standpoint, I think it's preferable to have at least a couple of folks on the board who have that expertise for a couple of reasons. Number one, no one serves on a board forever. You know, so having some system redundancy to a point, I think you were trying to make a little earlier, Jerry. Having some system redundancy on your board is a good thing. Having someone else who knows the magic spells, who sort of understands the history of how we got from conception to implementation to where we are right now, is always of value. But again, targeting skills that the organization needs but couldn't necessarily afford to pay for, doesn't necessarily have the capacity to have on staff, and the commitment of those board members to lend their expertise to the organization. Just because you've got a lawyer on your board doesn't mean that lawyer is going to be able to solve every legal problem to have. You know, they may practice in this area and you have a question that's really, you know, I may be just a criminal defense lawyer. I may be a criminal defense lawyer. You have an IP question, an intellectual property question, you have an employment law question, you have some other question that's outside of my field. But I know other attorneys and I can facilitate connections to the best IP lawyer I know, the best employment law lawyer I know. And honestly, I say this when I recruit board members for other organizations. As a board member, you understand that we're recruiting you because you have a skill set that we find valuable, but frankly, also because we're going to leverage your relationships and your network. We're going to trade on the credibility that you have in the community to reflect positively on us. When people find out that you're a board member of ours, it will enhance the way that they view the organization and their opinion of the organization. So those are things to think about as well in terms of targeting new board members, the reputational component. You know, we don't put that in writing anywhere necessarily because it's a difficult thing to quantify, but it is something that's an important part of the conversation. Jerry, were you?
Yeah, you're inspiring action-oriented stuff in my mind, and I may be getting ahead of you. But is there value in a board of advisory or an advisory board? Additionally, like another layer that we could call on? And I know there's no honorifics associated with being at White Gables. You know,
I will
as
tell
if
you,
it was the University of South Carolina or something.
I will tell you, in every nonprofit I've ever run, I had a board of advisors in addition to a board of directors. And my board of advisors was often composed of people I had approached, executives I had approached about joining my board of directors who begged off and said, I'm busy. Can I give you my junior VP of whatever? Sure, on one condition. You join my board of advisors. You're going to meet 2, maybe 3 times a year. So I was going to be after hours. I'm always going to provide the adult beverages, but you're going to give me your unvarnished thoughts on anything I bring to you. You're going to help me leverage relationships.
Now,
And most of them were like, okay, if I can beg off of a regular monthly or bi-monthly board meeting and meet with you 2 or 3 times a year after hours and consume adult beverages, then and all you're asking from me, you're not asking me to write you a check, you're just asking me to be a sounding board. You're asking me to give you my unvarnished opinion on whatever concept you bring to me.
my opinion about that is it also allows us to go outside the neighborhood as well.
Well, that was actually a question I was getting ready to ask was, as a board, are you willing to entertain the idea that you might designate a certain number of seats on the board for non-White Gables residents?
I would love to see that. Personally.
I think that's a big conversation that the board needs to have, but if you ultimately are going to grow to 15-ish, you know, is there value in saying we're going to set aside 20% of the seats on our board at any given time for non-White Gables residents? People who represent funders and donors and other strategic partners. Because frankly, as a nonprofit, that's something you're going to address as well. You're going to have corporations, a Boeing or a whoever that's going to come up and say, we're willing to make an investment, but in return, we want a seat at your board table. And if there's not a process in place for making that happen, you know, then that becomes a very awkward conversation. You don't need to make a decision on that today.
Is that a parking lot item?
I think that certainly could be. And that may be something that you address
Advisory board.
through either the policy, through either a standalone policy or through the bylaws. You can always amend your bylaws, and it certainly sounds like there's some concerns about things that
We
might
have
need
to
to be
be up to
amended.
them.
So that may be something you want to address in your bylaws amendment is, do we create a provision that allows for a certain percentage or flat number of board members who come from outside of the neighborhood?
And we had also envisioned when we first did those bylaws of having a membership of White Gables residents beyond the board, and that's never come into fruition. We were lucky we had enough people to work on committees, let alone
Right.
have a membership beyond that.
So those, I mean, there are some opportunities, I think, certainly to look at growing the board. I think it's important to look at demographics. Your board, regardless of how many members, ideally should reflect not only the community that you represent, but ultimately the stakeholders and constituents that you serve. And so thinking about it from a racial standpoint, thinking about it from an age standpoint, thinking about it from sort of a life circumstance standpoint, all of those things are critical to ensure that you've got a well-functioning team of people who are able to bring a diverse set of viewpoints to every conversation. So right now, from a demographic standpoint, how would you rank yourselves?
Yeah.
White and old.
And that's
And largely female. Not that there's anything wrong.
Not that there's anything wrong with that, but, and that's frankly, that is where a lot of new / young boards from an organizational age standpoint find themselves. You know, the original composition is of people who raised their hand and said, I'll do it.
When they were 40 and they're now 67 or 77. in my
Yeah.
case.
So there has to be an intentionality about this from an identification and a recruitment standpoint. But it also has to be careful. People do not want to feel like they're being recruited to be the token, whatever.
Right.
You know, if I'm the only person of color on the board, or if I'm the only young female on the, you know, people aren't stupid. They sort of recognize when they're sitting around a table and nobody else looks quite like them. And some people have a personality that's strong enough to really bust through that. Others may not. So the intentionality behind coming up with what will be the ideal composition of our board? If we grow to our maximum size, what's the ideal composition of our board? You know, how many males, how many females, how many white versus African-American versus Hispanic versus Asian, how many people over the age of 50, how many people under the age of 30, you know, and you know, again, hitting all our skill sets. Putting a board together can be a really challenging puzzle. There are a lot of moving parts, and you're never necessarily going to hit perfection, but that should be the aim. That should be the target, is putting together a board that is representative of your demographics, it's representative of the skills that you need. That also takes into consideration there may be circumstances in which you need to be able to offer a seat to a funder. You know, if Boeing comes along and says, we'd like to do a 5-year sponsorship with you at X amount per year, but we want someone who sits on your board and represents our interest or our perspective. You know, that's something that you're comfortable with. And that would be something that you'd ultimately go back and address in your bylaws if that was a choice that you made to set aside a certain number of board seats or to allow for the possibility, even if you didn't say we're going to set 3 seats. Maybe your verbiage simply says we would consider non-residents under, you know, specific circumstances.
We haven't even asked them for money yet, let alone ask them to sit on the board. So that.
And you don't necessarily go to them and offer a seat on the board in exchange for the
exactly,
contribution,
no.
but that may be something, you know, and I've seen it happen before where the corporation comes back and says, yes, we're happy to make this investment, but in exchange, we want.
I think we're at this point too small to interest them in doing that, but it never hurts to ask.
No, I mean,
If
it's
you get on
something
their radar scope.
something to keep in your back pocket. You know, that's a chip that you can at some point potentially trade, you know, if the ask comes in.
I like the idea in terms of demographics of offering childcare for board meetings. I think that's a one that we haven't considered before.
That may be a very small expenditure on the board's part. If you're,
That could have a larger
I
impact.
mean, how long are your board meetings typically? An hour, hour and a half?
They have been an hour and 15 hours.
Okay, so you budget for an hour and a half of childcare. What's the going rate these days? 15 an hour? 12 an hour? I honestly don't know. Our kids are older and we haven't paid for childcare.
I'm gonna say 20, but I could be wrong.
So $30 a meeting if you need one person. I would think, you know, depending on how many kids you have, you could eventually add a second if you needed it.
We certainly know enough teenagers that would have fun doing that.
And then what's the liability for that?
What kind of insurance do you carry? Do you carry any general liability insurance? Do you carry any other type of insurance as an
We
organization?
talked about event insurance, but we've never talked about overall insurance.
Yeah, and given the nature of what you do and the concept of safety that was introduced in our values conversation, I would encourage you to explore general liability insurance. You know, obviously, without paid staff, you don't need workers' compensation, but if a volunteer were somehow to get injured in the assembly of the bags, the lighting of the candles, the distribution, I fall off the golf cart somehow.
And for the event, we found that that it was economically feasible to do it for the event, but they were basically saying they were indemnifying the board, they weren't paying the it wasn't for a volunteer accident unless they sued. You understand the
Yeah.
differential, the
Yeah.
distinction I'm making?
Yeah.
And I don't know whether or not we could afford it for the other.
I think that would be something to look into. I mean, event insurance can certainly be expensive because it typically is a one-day policy. And
Exactly.
you certainly hope you never have to utilize it, but I can tell you when I was at Dream, we did a one-day insurance event policy for the Christmas parade in downtown Somerville. And that probably ran us $2,000 a year.
Yeah, how much would it, if you had do you have any idea what the going rate would be for just general liability insurance for Luminaria?
I think it would depend on what you were trying to cover and the limits of coverage, because typically when you're setting up a GL policy, you have to decide, you know, are we going to cover accidental death and dismemberment? And if so, what's our cap? Are we going to cover other potential medical outcomes? And if so, what's our cap? What's our overall general liability cap per incident and in the aggregate? You know, most nonprofit organizations, if they carry GL, and they should, it might be $1 million per incident, 2 million in the aggregate. And I will tell you, for an organization I used to work for, we had a policy set up that way: 2 million aggregate, 1 million per incident. Our annual premium for that was a little under $5,000.
I think we don't have $5,000.
Yeah, you can adjust your limits.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, you hope nobody sues, but the opportunity for injury, particularly with the number of volunteers and the nature of the event, you know, every policy gets underwritten differently. So what they're going to do is they're going to give you an application. You're going to describe what you do. You're going to tell them how many volunteers and, you know, what all is involved, and they're going to send it to their underwriting team. And they're going to come back and say, based on that level of exposure, we're recommending this per incident limit, this aggregate limit, and this is what the premium.
And we
Contact for those allowance.
They are certainly one of them. They're frankly, they're great brokers all over the low country. You know, I've worked at Lowndes, I've worked with Brown & Brown over in North Charleston. We've worked with Assured Partners over in North Charleston. You know, the reality is you pick somebody based on the relationship you have with them, because the quotes are going to come back as the quotes, regardless of whether it's Lowndes or Brown & Brown or Assured or whoever. You know, the market is the market. And nobody's going to get you a better deal because they have special relationships with, you know, they're going to put it out on the market and the insurance companies are going to respond. The insurance companies may underwrite it differently. So there may be a difference between Philadelphia and Berkeley and whoever else may want to write in that space. The premiums may be different, but it's not because of the broker. It's because the company's underwriting it. A broker is a broker, but again, you know, having a relationship with a local broker, always a good thing.
Absolutely.
Always a good thing. So I would give some consideration to that, because that is certainly an area of exposure. Legally, how are you organized? Are you an LLC? Are you an S corporation?
We're a South Carolina nonprofit corporation.
So what is the legal protection for the board members? Like my consulting company is an LLC, which means as an individual, I'm insured against anyone suing my organization for, you know, doing a lousy job on their project. The limits of my liability are the assets of my company.
Yeah.
They can't touch me personally.
That's why we're keeping the corporate minutes, and that's why we are a nonprofit corporation. We don't have a LLC designation in our name, but
Okay.
basically our liability is limited.
Liability.
Would we be, to answer it in your terms, is it same as LLC?
You know, I'm gonna tell you, I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with South Carolina nonprofit legal liability. I'm happy to look into that, but I think that's just, you know, as a board member, that's another area of being able to put people's minds at ease and making sure that they understand by signing up and joining the board, they're not putting personal assets.
That's exactly
At
why we
risk.
incorporated.
So that way, yeah, it can potentially become another objection for folks, but if the corporate status protects their personal assets, that'd be something to make sure they know. So I would encourage us to, we are at 12:30 right now, and I'm gonna encourage us to maybe spend about half an hour more on this board conversation before we start moving into thinking about goals. From a
Does
demographic,
that suit the group? Is that what you guys want to do? I see Rob's gone and I don't want to impose on you guys. Would that be worth your time? Very good.
let's think about demographics. I mean, what would be priority? If you're thinking about a phased in growth that is appropriately paced to avoid having an influx of new members. You want new members, but again, the earlier conversation, you don't want new members at some point to outnumber the veteran members so that there is a potential for mission shift and vision shift away from what you've set this organization up to do. What would be your most immediate targets from a demographic standpoint?
What would be your most desirable? Is that what you said?
Most immediate. You
Immediate.
know, if you say our goal is by the end of 2024, we want to have 4 new members, but we're up to 9.
Okay.
What would the demographic composition of that group of new members be?
Well, I think we want a super mom from the bus stop that can organize all those other super moms and tell their husbands they're gonna do it too. I know that sounds terrible.
What's your name? Karen,
I'm gonna Jen and Tina, yeah, Jen and Tina, and they reach out to a whole different part of the neighborhood, and they bring their husbands and their they bring everybody on board.
it happens when they're.
When going back to liability insurance, back in 2019, I went to the Taylor Insurance Agency. And we got a quote for $2 million in the general aggregate. Million for personal injury, a million for each occurrence limit for that one day. And for that one day, it was $314, which was not bad at all.
Yeah, that's a fantastic event policy.
It is, it was a good one. We didn't do it. But we did get the quote.
That's helpful as a frame of reference for thinking about the future. I'll ask it as well. Do you have directors and officers insurance?
We don't have any insurance whatsoever.
General liability, directors and officers insurance would be my highest priority recommendations for you. Directors and officers protects you as individuals in your capacity as members of the board who make decisions on behalf of the organization. Again, thinking about the mission, and if someone wasn't awarded, someone who was nominated ultimately wasn't awarded and came back and sued the organization because they believe their case was more compelling, or that you gave to a cause before you gave to them, that you somehow violated your own policies regarding prioritization and or distribution. Directors and officers insurance protects you individually for acts that were done in your capacity as directors and or officers of the organization. So there is a cost associated with it, but it is frankly just as important for you legally as to general liability insurance. Because what you can't ever control is what someone sues for.
Well,
And they might struggle to find a lawyer in Somerville who take the case, but they're gonna drive over to North Charleston or Charleston, and there will be a lawyer there who will absolutely take the case. And they will test your insurance nuisance limit. So I would encourage you to look into both of those. Event insurance is, maybe the right way to go as far as general liability right now, but what that doesn't cover is any pre-event volunteer work.
or
So
post-event.
Yeah, so if someone was injured in the cleanup the following day, if someone was
Yeah,
injured the week
exactly.
before putting the bags
I
together.
think that was one of the reasons the board voted it down. Because it was too much.
Or while they're soliciting for donations.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. I mean, I'm out walking around the neighborhood and I get hit by a car. Well, I was acting on behalf of the organization, so the organization should have some responsibility for my medical costs.
Or somebody, people that I'm not from the.
Yeah,
And that can happen.
Yep, yeah.
Yeah,
Texas, but-
yeah,
but you absolutely have to think of worst case scenario.
yeah.
That everything you do has to be planned around the lowest common denominator.
It gets lower.
Regrettably. Regrettably. All right, so coming back to the demographic question, if you were gonna target 4 new members over the next 12 to 18 months, at least one, maybe the parent of a young child. Any other sort of life circumstance groups that you want to target?
I'm looking for a, in search of. Sounds like a
Leonard
personal
Nimoy,
ad, that,
yeah.
you know, somebody with long walks on me. I'm looking, and now you're gonna know why I'm amused with that. Some, male that is attractive to other young males, so it'd be a kind of a cool thing to do. And they could get his buddies to learn, that he works out with, could set up
Okay,
a display or something. What do you say, Chris?
I don't know.
Yeah, you had a 19 or 20-year-old who got his friends involved because it's fun running around at night in a golf cart.
Yeah.
Right. You're home free.
okay,
Once you get insurance.
yeah. Once you get
I
to
lost that battle. I tried.
racial,
There's not a lot of racial diversity in our neighborhood, but that shouldn't surprise anybody. We had, there's an individual who's on our board of HOA board, and he was a multiple time volunteer. That was his daughter. But now he's on the HOA board. So
what percentage of your neighborhood would you say is non-white? Just a guess is okay.
7.
Is that much?
Say 1% or less.
If you use Asian and Hispanic.
non-white was, to answer your question, Mary Ellen.
Overall non-white.
Yeah, probably very small percentage, even considering all races.
Less than 1%.
Okay,
You think
it's less than one.
Yeah, because 750 people, 75 is 1%.
no,
And if
10%,
there's 7.
75%.
Yeah, if we're talking about heads of household.
75 is 10%.
You think it's somewhere in the mid to high single digits, maybe
Yeah.
slightly more than 10%?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would suggest if you get to 15, minimum of 1 person of color, ideally, you probably want at least 2. But for this first group of 4, getting 1 would be a great start. And that can be African-American, that could be Asian, Hispanic.
One of my best friends in the world is a Black woman in France, and she told me that to say of color is a rude term to her. Isn't that interesting? Like, I don't even know how to say it anymore, but she said that's not
Yeah.
something she wants to refer to. as a
Challenging way to find to refer to people, you don't want to say non-white. That feels a little.
Yeah, it's like,
And it's-
just how about
It's
person?
certainly possible that one individual may check off more than one of the boxes.
Right.
I think we're sort of addressing age, at least indirectly. with parent of a young child. We're definitely addressing it directly with the concept of someone who might be young and popular, able to attract
Yeah.
a different audience, racially. What about from a gender standpoint or a biological sex standpoint? Is it important to have a balance of male and female?
I think a balance,
But not rigid.
it doesn't have to be rigid, so long as everybody's comfortable. That's the notion.
So if you were gonna recruit 4 new people over the next 12 to 18 months, 2 and 2? I mean, right now you're 3 female, 2 male. So that sort of keeps,
I'm not, I can't think of it that way. I want to think about the personality of the people involved
And their skills.
and their skill set.
okay,
So
That's
I
what we
don't
all
think it
should.
matters.
yeah.
Good.
Does
However,
that need to be a background consideration for you? Because ultimately,
Ultimately, we'd like to be fairly balanced.
okay,
So if it's 3-2 or, we don't want 5-1.
right, exactly. Last question, I think, from a demographic standpoint. Is it important to the board at all to address the issue of LGBTQ?
No.
Okay.
We
I
have-
raised the question only because I think it's, you guys get to decide yes or no.
We have two board, we have a board member she's marrying her partner. We have people we have a male couple who's always wonderful for our silent auction. We don't care.
Okay. And that's
That's
an
personal.
absolutely okay
I think
response.
that's the board's feeling.
I would concur with that, and I think that those questions, even if they're uncomfortable, need to be considered from a credibility point of view.
Absolutely.
Are we trusted? Do we have credibility?
Does everybody in the neighborhood look at this board and see themselves or someone who represents their interests? That's the driving
I
question.
don't think they even know who we are.
Yeah.
To be honest.
That's probably a big part of the current HOA board, why it's not doing so well. I don't think people look at women and see the representation of the whole neighborhood. I didn't think that you just said that, and that's the problem with that.
Wow.
I think that's probably an unspoken gap
Yeah.
in terms of the challenges of recruiting people to join the board. Why would I want to join this board that I don't think represents me or my perspective or my voice? And so that makes this a little more challenging, but all the more important.
As we've been talking, one of the people that came to mind as a potential board member, perhaps somebody from outside the neighborhood, and I can say this, is Robert, the minister here at UMC. And then I thought to myself, well, would we give the impression that they were a churchy group or that kind of thing?
Yeah.
And I think people of faith are good people.
Yeah.
For the
Tend to
most
be
part.
generous.
Yeah, so, we want balance for that reason.
Yeah.
And credibility for that reason, so that we're not all one of anything.
Yeah, and I thought about Tina Harriet because she is who she is.
Yeah.
But at the same time, with every single realtor thing, this realtor's on the board, I ought to be too.
Yeah.
I mean, there's always those considerations of perception that you worry about.
Grow it.
That's, you have to acknowledge that is a consideration for the people that you are recruiting. It is the age old, what's in it for me?
More of the insurance.
And do they fit the brand? Do they fit the brand?
Yeah, I mean, they have to make a decision, but you have to make a decision. And ideally, you put your thought in on the front end to say, we believe that you'd be a good fit from a skill set. You obviously meet a need demographically, but you can embrace the mission, you can embrace the vision, because those are things that we observe consistently.
Do they represent our values? Do they represent our?
And are we diverse enough that we're not pegging ourselves in one pole or another?
Right, all of viewpoints as best they can get represented, and and as people become more aware, as you're effectively branding the nonprofit and the event, or potentially events at some point, as people become aware of the board and they look at who's on it, do they see, however they characterize themselves, do they see themselves and their viewpoint represented somewhere on that board.
That's helpful.
Great
Thank you.
question.
Good, really good.
That's probably the hardest part about building a nonprofit board is threading the needle. And that's sort of sometimes this is what this exercise feels like is I've got a small little needle and I've got a big piece of twine trying to go through the middle of it. So threading that means thinking through some of these questions, and sometimes you have to prioritize. I mean, ideally, you may find that one person fits at least a couple of those. You're not gonna probably find one person who fits a couple of those. So, you know, if it comes right down to it, what do we value more, the skill or the demographic?
Thank you.
And so, you know, then you put yourself on a trajectory for adding a certain number of new board members each year. I don't remember whether your bylaws specify board member terms and renewals and anything like that. Do they at this point?
We left it open because we knew that people would, the idea of changing, we want to make sure that people can repeat and be a board member for more than 2 years, because finding new people every 2 years is almost impossible, and then there'd be no organization.
Yeah.
memory.
At some point, as the organization grows and the board grows, you will probably want to impose some sort of term limits. You know, most nonprofits that I'm familiar with, 3-year term up to 2 before you have to take a year off.
Yeah.
And it sort of keeps things fresh. And then you get on a cycle where, you know, once you've maxed out, then every year you have 5 people coming up who are either making a decision about whether or not to renew or are going to have to be replaced because they've been in their cycle.
And then you have 5 elected officers as well as the
Yep.
10 other
It is.
non-elected.
Yeah, and those things happen on an annual basis.
Yeah.
So that's a place to get to, but in order to get there, you've got to focus on growing the board. So, you know, one of my thoughts for you is if this is a 3-year plan, let's say it's a 24, 25, 26, by the end of 26, you're going to want to be here, but you're not going to want to do it all at once. Maybe you add 4, then 3, then 3. And that way,
For the last couple of years, we've nominated and elected ourselves.
and that happens. I mean, again,
Yeah.
the lack of knowledge or the lack of awareness, you know, it's definitely a challenge. But I think as you start identifying people through this process,
Then we can go back
you're
to
doing these one-on-one recruitment meetings, you're looking at your current volunteer structure to see if there are people who are coming out for the events who could potentially be good board members. You know, they're committed, they're dedicated, and sort of embrace the mission, vision, values that you've articulated. So the challenge before you all is to start thinking about individuals.
Anybody else need a quick break? Or can you excuse me?
Yeah. I feel like a lot of the questions for discussion we've touched on, about continuing to be a 501c3. It's going to be difficult to build a succession plan for the board until you're able to effectively grow the board. Because ultimately, as you're able to impose term limits, you create that churn that's necessary to keep the board fresh and effective. But you'll also have to create a succession plan for not only board leadership, but ultimately board membership. And as the board grows, becomes more visible and is perceived as being more effective, that can become a self-perpetuating thing.
And of course, we make Jerry a perennial advisor person on the board. He has to stay there. Sorry.
You'll be the first advisory board.
Yeah.
Yes.
He'll head up the board of the board of advisors. In documenting policies, I know we've already identified a few that the board will need to codify at some point in the near future. Here's, I guess, probably one of the most important questions. Are the board members satisfied with their board experience? Not do I love what we do and is it important to me? I think those are very different sorts of questions, but as a board member, are you satisfied with your experience as a board member? And if not, what would satisfaction look like?
I'm not touching that one. with
This is the place I'm going to be honest about.
I find the proliferation. I find that I want separation. Within the communication. Jerry and I have opposite ways of using emails. Jerry wants all the questions and all of the issues in one email. So that everyone goes back. I like things clean. One question per email, one topic per email, keeping everybody on the same question so that a question doesn't get hijacked or an answer is never given or nobody is given responsibility at the end.
Right.
I think it's communication issues, and that's something that's, I think part of it is being 77. It's just, I'm far more linear in my thinking.
Sure.
No, I'm 55 and I agree, Diana. It's a communication style that's a little easier to follow, especially with group threads.
Here, the question on the table, kind of going through some of the questions at the top of that page for hour 3 is, are the board members satisfied with their experience?
Oh, sure.
Not, do they love what they're doing? Do they love the event and why the board exists, but their own personal experiences with the board. And so surfacing some of those areas where maybe there's concern and the board can figure out how to work together in a more productive way as they go through, that norming process and bringing new members on.
Part of
So,
it too is having a different group every year or every meeting. Because then you have to bring all the people who are just whistling in and whistling out in, which means that you have to have those expanded emails because that puts them in the picture of where they are. But at the same time, sometimes a specific question that needs an answer gets lost. Or somebody decides we're going to do something, but nobody's tasked to actually do it.
yeah,
And so it ends up being sort of free floating out there and everybody's going like this. I know I ended up volunteering to do silent auction and ended up with people asking me why I wasn't doing the corporate solicitations. I mean, it's communication. It's who's doing what and who's on first and who's going to be doing something. It's always an issue in every organization. Jerry keeps us together really well, but what it means is that we have global emails all the time. And I think if we get a committee structure in place and we're tasking a committee as opposed to tasking everyone, it will make it a lot easier.
Agreed.
You can also track them. You can type in the keyword for the question and see where, go back and check yourself.
Yeah, and from another standpoint, since we began this, since I've been involved, I do the finance part of it, and we don't have an accounting system. And it's become very laborsome for me, so I need an accounting system.
okay. Is there a particular system that you have worked with?
I'm familiar with QuickBooks, and I think in one of our meetings within the last 6 months, we talked about doing an online system with QuickBooks.
QuickBooks Online.
Right.
Actually, I think we, if I remember correctly, we voted to allow you to make any expenditure in that direction that you needed to make. So if we needed to buy a system.
We did because we were talking about being $24 a month. I remember that specifically.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a terribly expensive monthly proposition. It would probably run you $350 a year,
Right.
somewhere in that range. So, And I think that is, some of the decisions that you make today, and I don't mean specifically today, but, in this period of time, are gonna have a ripple impact on the future development of the organization. And the decision not to purchase an accounting system, one of the residual effects may be that it becomes that much more difficult a year, 2 years, 5 years down the road, once you've grown and the event has become even bigger than it is now.
Where it's at.
Right.
Financial.
Right.
But there's also a lot of pros for having, you could get reports,
Yeah, the level of
Automation.
accountability and stewardship to the
Right.
community
right?
and to your donors and your supporters. The ability to produce that at the push of a button is critical.
I think too, that also provides some of that system redundancy you're talking about with regard to continuity. When the next person has to pick up, it's there in an organized, recognized system.
Right. Great
But
Just
point.
all go.
Right now, we have manacles that Christie's manacled to her chair.
Probably not optimal for long-term board success.
No,
What else would we want to raise? Are there things, are there other issues that are maybe dissatisfying? And I'll turn the question around as well. Are there issues or areas where your board experience is even beyond satisfactory?
this is a wonderful group.
I echo that, and just the kindness that is so reflexive from each of you. It's so great.
And we also, it's like we're teams. Jerry's here, but you know what Elizabeth does. I'm here, but you can see what John does, it's Rob's here, but Robin's in
Right
the
behind him.
back, right behind him. We all have we're all bringing in a family group.
There's a lot to be said for that. One of the challenges sometimes in bringing on new board members is that just the act of bringing someone new in changes the dynamic. And so that selection process has to be very judicious, not only to make sure you're checking off the appropriate boxes here, but, and then this can be a very controversial topic, particularly in the world of work, thinking about cultural fit.
My dad calls it a sniffing party.
What?
My dad calls it a sniffing party. Host some sniffing parties.
Love it, love it, love it.
If
So,
I could piggyback on that last thought too. When we talk about the culture, and I want to be sure that we don't, and again, this is a fault of organizations. I don't want to lose the common touch or the personal touch. And we talk about corporate structures, and we talk about insurance, and we talk about those things. And I want to make sure that it doesn't lose its level of comfort or there were early on, I mentioned John Mistack by name. He is now a project manager / engineer who lives in Germany. And he's perfectly at home there. But he often ran counter to the mood of the group that he was organizing, because he wanted to put things in columns and ask questions that people were like, hey, come on, John, that kind of thing. Our Lieutenant Colonel, White Grotto, had brought his own color to it as well. And it was, so that, there were times where I heard people say, we don't have to get that organized, but don't get that organized or we'll lose
Right.
it, or people are gonna get impatient, so.
So it's a
that's
personal relationship, not just a corporate relationship.
Yeah, so it was difficult, it is difficult for me sometimes to know just how organized I want a meeting or how strict I want to be, because everybody's a volunteer.
that is
I
such
get the
a,
people in front of me at Lux, I don't want to talk too long, but I don't want to leave things out either.
that is such a common growing pain for smaller nonprofits as they grow and expand their capacity. How do you maintain the things that made the first few years fun and enjoyable for the people sitting around the table while bringing the structure needed to manage this much larger event or activity? And there is no one right or wrong answer. So much of it is found in how you grow the group of people who sit around the table.
That's why you're important, because you can see it in that towns go through that. I used to do, used to cover small towns for the Falmouth Enterprise up on Cape Cod. And when you got a town that it's almost like 20,000 people or 25,000 people. There's a point at which you can no longer do it the old way where somebody just picks up the phone and says to the guy at Public Works, we need this. You know, you have to have a structure, you have to have a form, you have to have a public hearing, you have to have,
There's a process.
and that transition between doing it old school and doing it in a formal way sometimes feels like it's distancing people, but it's absolutely necessary at the same time.
It is a challenge to manage. It is absolutely a challenge to manage. And like I say, I keep going back to recruitment, thoughtful identification of new members who frankly have a tough line to straddle. They need to be able to represent the viewpoints and perspectives of those that are not already represented around the table. But at the same time, they need to be able to come in and find their feet very quickly to contribute meaningfully to the work that's already happened. So that is absolutely going to be a challenge, and it's one that I would encourage you all to just lean into and embrace. You know, the common thought is err on the side of less formality until it's clear that more formality is needed. You don't want to jump into that deep into the pool too soon, just because you end up potentially alienating a lot more people.
Looking at this, something jumped into my mind, Jerry. If we're going to do something early next year, I would love to get the social committee and the kids that are going to do Christmas with Santa into a same meeting with us, and maybe doing the backfield out here, the church, where we always put the jump castles up and the other things, to have an event where the children are invited and the parents are invited, and do the planning together for the holiday season, as opposed to the social committee doing it in one day and our doing it the other, but have a joint meeting that gets both of the groups together.
I think there's a lot to be said for that. And right now, I'm afraid, I don't know if it's still true, but at one time, the social committee was 3 people or 2 people.
Yeah, but if we invited the parents and the kids to come out
Oh,
for
the rest of the parents and kids, not
everybody,
I
yeah.
beg your pardon.
And
Okay.
then we had the 2 groups together, and we may talk as a committee, but we also are hoping an event for kids,
So an open event.
an open event.
Yeah, Mike, for your information, we tried a drop in at the clubhouse. We served barbecue and gave everybody a meal, hoping that it would serve as something like a smoker that they do at fraternities, you know.
Right.
It will get people, and or sniffing party, as Bill Neville calls it. But it didn't go anywhere. People were like, well, thanks for the meal.
Right.
So, I'd like to see how that's structured. I think it's a great idea, because we need to have an all call or a cattle call, whatever you want to call it. Need to rush some members.
Yeah, and I think targeting parents and kids is in our neighborhood.
You get buy-in from that group.
You can get a buy-in from that
That's the
group.
group, yeah.
You're really going forward with that.
So you imagine the social committee.
Maybe
Putting-
we need to do a survey and that really surveys people as far as their altruism levels come, because people who just want to help regardless of what, when they're truly altruistic and don't care what the cause is, they just want to help. Those are the people who might be good for, you know, just whatever, all of our different committees. I mean, it doesn't matter as long as they can be of help. And I know those people are out there. I mean, some of us just are, we are servants at heart, and that's what we want to do. It's, you know, we've touched on this all this morning. It's a lot of times it's communicating that to the masses and then finding out who that target is. I mean, those people, they don't even need to be disciplined if something goes wrong. They're quick to correct it because again, they just want to help.
Yeah, my question is, what would it take to get you?
Yeah. And then about your point about the barbecue, I do remember seeing that advertised, but again, I think that was part of that would have been, was there a presentation? Was that organized? I'm thinking in terms of those people that do the Social Security things where they say, come have a steak dinner with us or come have a glass of wine with us or whatever. You know, they're doing,
Yeah.
right. But the way that's organized, it's in such a way that people aren't just going to come and get their steak and leave.
Yeah.
You know, so there's some, you know, things to look
It
at.
could have been structured much better. You're right. We relied on people buttonholing people, and it didn't happen to the degree we should.
Oh, and that's always sort of an uncomfortable encounter because, you know, people are like, oh, cool, it's a cookout. We're gonna go, we're gonna have fun, we'll socialize, and then all of a sudden, hey, well, while you're here, let's just head over to the corner real quick and have a conversation. I wonder if you've ever thought about, rather than doing the surveys, the impersonal sorts of surveys, which can be an effective way to gather data. Have you thought about trying to do focus groups? And you're all familiar, I know, with focus groups, but targeting, particularly on the demographic side, you know, if you're a parent of kids under the age of 10, come get, you know, we'll have, you know, some refreshments, some cookies and punch and whatever. What we like is maybe 45 minutes to an hour of your time. We've got some questions and there'll be opportunities for feedback. And you know, you can do it with other groups as you identify.
Teams.
Yeah.
And like Diana said, involving the social committee, like maybe taking them and letting them piggyback with us on this because they could use the same information.
Inviting people to an event where they get to speak their feedback as opposed to providing it via a survey affects people in a couple of different ways. Some people are not going to be as honest face to face. They're going to give you something in writing that's going to be much more direct and to the point and representative of their treatment. But other people are going to engage more in the face-to-face piece of it. And it's also a great opportunity to have something sitting at each seat of the table that articulates your mission, your vision, who we are. And you know, in some side of that, we're not the homeowners. Yes, we do work with them from time to time because that's necessary, but we're a different entity and this is what we do. And we need support for people like you. I'm not talking just financial, and I'm not even just talking volunteer time, day of and day after and things like that, but planning, executing, being part of the team that puts this together.
And importantly, everybody hasn't seen the survey, but the results, many of the people said, how'd you learn about this? The answer was from a neighbor, from a neighbor, from a neighbor.
That's why the neighborhood, the block captains,
Yeah.
to me is.
From a strategy standpoint, in terms of need, I think that's huge. Being able to get that level of commitment, that level of involvement, that becomes another potential pipeline for.
Well, you talk about demographic gaps. We have a good number of people that stay on White Gables, 1, 2, and Rob.
And so a lot of your other streets are, you know, I wouldn't say unrepresented, but their voices aren't heard.
You're right.
And you can always tell when there's somebody who's involved, that their whole block is brighter.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
Are there, kind of going back to the question about gaps and known or suspected reasons, are there thoughts around why certain blocks and certain streets are more involved and some are less involved?
The answer is who lives on the
Personality.
street, particularly Jen Eastler's block is great, Barberry is great, White Gables Drive is great.
And
you know.
some blocks are more social than others, and just because there's a group of people who get them together. Like we did the toast the tree parties in our block, so everybody in our block knows one another. We've been in one another's houses, but there's blocks for whom that is not.
I think that's good fodder for a focus group because we can look at Amaryllis, Christandra, White Gables Drive, just those 3 streets alone. And get a sampling of people. What is it about your block that Christmas is off the chain? Halloween is off the chain, like literally anything we do, those blocks are involved. So is it the people that live there? Is it, I mean, what is it about that? Is it just that maybe because of such a large percentage of people did and everyone else said, well, whatever they're doing, I'll do it too. I mean, the focus group could help identify that.
And I think part of it is how many kids are on the block.
It's true.
We're losing our children on our block. We're all getting too old to have children around.
But we can identify those blocks from the sales or the donations that are made because we know from the different streets, we know which ones have done the most donating to get lantern kits.
I like the way you put that, by the way. That was not lost on me.
I was trying to change my language, Jerry. How'd I do?
This is a huge ask, and I will go out and preface my comment saying it probably doesn't exist, at least at this point, but is there a street by street breakdown? Not only of how much they participate / contribute in terms of the event itself, but just sort of what are the demographics of that street? Is it mostly retirees? Is it mostly younger couples with kids? Is it mostly just sort of a, you know, if there are blocks that aren't participating, it's renters versus owners. You know, that's.
We don't have those, we don't have that information.
No, but I think we can get it.
Just participation, but not
No, not very
demographic.
specific.
And not only that, you gotta take into consideration the length of the street.
Yes.
you know,
Yeah.
Amarillo's is a
Right.
mile long.
And so is Austin.
Yeah.
So when you say block captains, are you literally thinking about one block or are you thinking about the length of a street?
The length of the street.
Well, and I would say the opposite. I would say, like, for instance, my street has 3 blocks, the 200 block, 300 block, 400 block. And a lot of the streets have that 2, 3, and 4. Not all streets are going to have a 100 block. And I don't think there are any 500s. I'm not mistaken. But anyway, so back again, going back historically with block captains, it would be a set number of blocks, not necessarily the entire street. But am I remembering that wrong, Diana? Because you're saying like the whole street. So Amaryllis, Christandra, those that are going.
Oh, those
Yeah.
huge streets, no, but for so many of them, it's one, if it's 2 blocks, maybe you only need one captain to walk 2 blocks.
How many blocks can one block captain effectively manage? How many houses are on a block, a given block?
10.
Like, how many are distinct groups? For example, Barberry, there is a distinct group in the middle, the 200 block, but then the 100 block and the 300 block have their own culture and habits and characteristics.
And so,
And some streets have houses on either side, and there's
Yeah.
about 10 houses a block. So it could be like, for instance, my block, 300 block, I would have 20 houses. And that's, I think, a sufficient number of relationships to make and maintain. And obviously it makes up the people that I would probably already know to some degree anyway, because I'm next door neighbors with them. I'm block neighbors with them. And that's kind of my thinking is someone on 200 block would handle the 200 block neighbors.
Good.
I think that's a great approach, and maybe one of the ways to start that is if you've got a map of the neighborhood, you just sort of designate, you know, on this street, the block captain can cover both blocks. On this one block at a time, and that way you know what you need. You build your communication tool to accommodate. You know, maybe one particular street has 3 block captains. Maybe one has just the one.
Good. As you didn't hear what Diane said, so it really depends. Yeah, good.
Yeah, I think it really does, but that's probably your most effective communication tool is enlisting those block captains, getting messages and information out to families through the block captains, rather than expecting the families to open up one more generic looking email that they probably assume is from the HOA.
So that's what I want to do.
So if they're, if I'm the block captain for the 300 block of Cassandra, then I'm gonna send that out to the 10 or 12 families. And they're gonna, oh, that's from Mike, it's probably something about our block.
It's certainly better than the dreaded envelope with the logo.
Yeah, the challenge there is finding people who are willing to volunteer to take on that responsibility. So figuring out, one of the things that's going to be necessary from a volunteer standpoint long-term is creating job descriptions. If you're being asked to come in as a volunteer to do this particular job, what does that look like? It's a necessary part, because what you don't want is, let's imagine that you have 25 block captains, and I'm making that number up. You don't want 25 different communication methodologies. You don't want 25 different approaches to getting information out to people. You don't want 25 different understandings of what being a block captain means, because somebody's going to get the super block captain and somebody's going to get the lousy block captain. I mean, the concept of everything falling within plus or minus 2 standard deviations from the mean. You still have about 5% of your people who live outside of that on either the good or the bad end. So, inevitably you're going to have people who are dissatisfied or hyper satisfied. So job descriptions will be incredibly helpful in putting that together. But it becomes another prospective pipeline for board member recruitment.
Good.
Because you're going to figure out in relatively short order who your superstar block captains are. You're going to look at what they do well, and you're going to find those who maybe are less committed, less enthusiastic, less whatever.
Even if they go door to door once with a list of things that we need for Luminaria and reminder that we exist and what the date is based on their job.
Yeah.
Or they give us a list of people who participate in focus group.
And
Or
they
host a
become,
focus group.
they become your vocal advocates within their block, and they help increase residents' understanding of what White Gables Luminaria is and how that differs from the HOA. And everything that you can do to kind of swat away those mental distortions is critical. So we are now at 120. I'm going to offer a suggestion, and you guys are free to take it or not take it. I just don't throw any pastries at me. Rather than spending the balance of our time trying to come up with strategic plan goals, I'm going to suggest that we separate this work into 2 separate components. And that right now we focus on board development strategies. Given that there is the response today was clearly 2023 status quo, that between now and this year's event, there is limited value in pursuing a strategic plan around growing the event and the organization. That is probably a task that is better suited for post-event. So making the best use of the time that we do want to spend together. It strikes me that maybe the best first step is to put together a plan, not a strategic plan, but an action plan, a board development action plan.
I think that's more reasonable than beyond that.
And that board,
Otherwise, it's just wishful thinking.
that board development and action plan then becomes the tool that guides the effort to grow the board, and frankly, bring more people aboard to engage in the strategic planning process. Because I think we've outlined some great things today that need to be incorporated into a strategic plan. But if the goal is not to change this year's event significantly or to grow it significantly, I think we're better served from a time and an effort and energy standpoint, postponing that part of the conversation until probably January. Obviously, taking notes as you go along this year about things that can be improved in the process.
I have 2 things that I exempt from that.
Okay.
I think we need to talk about starting in January to look at corporate sponsors, or else 2024 will be the same as 2023. And the second one is that we Oh, I lost it, never mind. It's something in
No,
there.
you were gonna say, rewrite the Constitution or the bylaw.
Bylaws, yeah, we look at the bylaws.
Was I
Thank
right?
you. Yeah.
And that can be part of the board development plan.
I heard, I know what you're thinking, too.
And insurance. Another thing for this year.
Incidentally, early in the meeting, I sent you guys all copies of the survey results, and it's in an Excel spreadsheet.
Thank you.
Thank Mary Ellen.
Yep.
Last night I had a dream about training judicial board members. Which is,
Is that a dream or is that a nightmare?
well, what? It woke me up, I got. But what I had actually done is I'd scheduled 2 different trainings at the same time. And I was supposed to be at both of them. It was hard.
Jerry, there's better things to do while you're sleeping.
I
Like sleeping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I quit sleeping. I just woke up.
All right, so thinking about what's gonna happen over the balance of 2023. Really gonna focus on board development. And some of the components we've already talked about, a need to amend the bylaws. Putting together that growth plan is starting to identify targets for the ask for the one-on-one recruitment. Addressing the concerns and questions about the insurances that are needed. Identifying and starting to recruit block captains. And just finding ways to really address and improve the communications, whether that is internal to the board or external to the neighborhood and other partners.
Mary Ellen has done wonderfully about getting our communications out to the neighborhood. It's, kudos to her for this.
I cannot figure out how people said they didn't know something.
I know. Yeah.
I think we can go ahead and address the issue of the accounting system. It sounds like a decision has largely already been made, but just formalizing that and making it happen. Any other thoughts?
That in form of a motion?
I think we've already done it.
Yeah, maybe just a motion to validate it and whatever. You're the secretary. You would know.
Any other topics that you can think of that need to be part of that board development plan and activity?
I think that the knowledge that you can help us get to do a list of corporate, getting ready for targeting some corporations for beginning of 20, if we don't do it this year, we won't be ready for 2024. I don't know quite how to wordsmith that one.
Is that figure into the percentage of donations that go directly to your beneficiaries and put it in the newspaper as the 501c3?
We're allowed to have a certain amount of, actually, that's a good Mike question. I don't know what it is for this year. I think it's, my knowledge is outdated, but there's a certain percentage of internal overhead that we can use donations for those things.
At the end of the day, there's no hard and fast
Rules,
legal
but-
requirement, but your 990 is something that is a public document, and so prospective donors can look at that and see how you allocate your funds. As a smaller organization, I would, and having worked for a grant maker before, if I looked at your 990, I would expect to see that you're spending 75 to 85% of every dollar on programs and services, and 15 to 25 cents on the overhead piece.
Is insurance considered overhead, the overhead?
Yes.
It is.
So that's
It
why-
is,
yeah.
and anything you spend on fundraising.
Mike, with due respect, I also I read something yesterday that said that is a typical metric that people use. But this author went on about how misguided that is.
I completely agree.
And you as a trainer would see, you know.
I completely agree, because the reality is there are organizations out there that do not spend a penny on programs and services. I think about the Coastal Community Foundation. 100% of their expenditures are fundraising and management in general. They're not funding services directly, they're funding entities that provide services. And they're raising dollars for the purpose of distributing it to those entities. There's not a single thing they do that is
Direct.
considered a direct service delivery. As the nature of what you do, the bulk of what you're doing is, I would classify as direct service delivery. You are funding individuals and in some cases, community-based causes and organizations. So,
And the service is creating that event too. You have to recognize that
Yeah.
in and of itself is a service.
Yep.
I mean, we effectively decorate the neighborhood. Or
So for
create
you
a
all-
display.
for you all, the bulk of your administrative or overhead costs are going to come in the form of things like your whatever insurance policies you put in place, whether it's GL, directors and officers, whatever. If you do a day of event policy, it's also going to be your fundraising costs. Because that's
website.
just.
Yeah.
Also
Website.
candles and bags and all the other things and all the other
No,
materials.
those aren't administrative costs, those are program costs. Because that is the direct service that results from the organization's activity is the Luminaria. So those, I would classify those, if I were the accountant working on your 990, I would tell you those are program costs.
Well, when you talk about the 990, we're so small, we just do the 990
EV.
again.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Those costs.
and that's fine, I mean,
But we have to do it for the state. We do a
yeah,
lot of them.
and ultimately, part of your, if accountability and stewardship are part of your values, even if you're not required to do the 990 for the IRS, being able to produce something for your stakeholders that gives them a sense of how their money is being spent. Being the power of being able to say, out of every dollar you give, 82 cents goes directly to program services and people in need.
Even when we aren't required, we do those for long form for the state.
Okay,
That keeps us honest.
yeah, and I think that speaks to the value of stewardship and accountability.
And I'll interject here, there was at least one respondent that said they didn't even know how the money was spent. So I think that's probably indicative of the larger number of people that one person would represent, is that a whole lot of people probably just don't have any idea. They're, again, going back to altruism, they're just doing it because everyone else is doing it, or they're doing it because it seems like a good thing to do
They
without
know
really
we do
understanding.
good, but they don't know exactly how we do good.
Yeah.
Just to give everybody an example of that and how true it is, Steve Poirier, who for years had supported the event, he said that the first meeting he came to 3 years ago or 2 years ago. I didn't know you raised this much money and I didn't even know where it went.
Yeah,
He
he just thought
participated
he
for you.
knew it was an event.
Yeah.
And he
Frankly,
thought it
from
was an
a
event.
communication standpoint, that is an excellent way to get yourselves in front of people who you would want to target for board membership. Some type of an annual report to your community. Doesn't have to be elaborate, doesn't have to be some 8-page slick glossy. But you could put together a pretty simple, even a 1-page front and back with some pictures and with just some basic data. This is how much money got raised. This is how much money was distributed. And this, so out of every dollar that came in, X number of cents went directly to families in need or operating the event. Which means that the balance, the other however many 12 or 15 or 18 cents. Yeah, it costs us that much to put it on between insurance and the other expenses that we have to go through in order to be able to put the event. But that type of stewardship and accountability goes a tremendously long way toward enlisting people's support.
And I think that will go a long way to allay the concerns of a large number of people who responded that they thought that the cost of the donation required to get the lantern kits might be lower in order to get more involvement, but that demonstrates the lack of understanding of the costs involved with that.
Yeah, the more transparency, the more light you can shine on the operation, the more people are going to get comfortable with it, and the more you're going to have the opportunity to really approach them from a place of confidence. Like, we run a fantastic event. We are very careful about the stewardship of dollars. We're very careful about every aspect of how this event gets operated. But, you know, we need your help, and so we're inviting you to come and be a part of this transparent operation.
The information is out there, but whether or not people have read it, or, you know, not everybody goes on Facebook, not everybody sees takes the journal scene and sees the ad, not everybody, so, you know, it's.
Or read your email.
Yeah.
That
That's why we're
becomes
going back.
your point of distribution.
That's
And you
right.
might find a printer who's willing to donate the cost of printing a one-page front and back as their contribution to the event. Hey, we're gonna come to you a week or 10 days after the event's over. We just need something pretty simple, a front and back. We'll put the graphics, we'll give you the pictures. If you'll print it, and then we'll get it out to our block captives to distribute, just as a way of follow-up. Again, accountability and stewardship.
That's another one of the UPS questions.
That's what I just wrote, as an opportunity.
Any other thoughts as far as, I think this is sort of what the rest of this year looks like.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
primarily board development. There are a couple of things that are event related, figuring out the corporate sponsorship targets and sort of laying the foundation for really coming back in 2024 early on and building that strategic plan. How do you guys feel about that?
I don't know how to fit this into that or whether it represents, so bear with me.
Yeah.
So many different times today, and again, I had 67 questions I proposed for the survey. There's so much we need to learn, I think, about the community, and the community's feelings and their will about this.
Right.
And I'd like to use this year for learning. So I think that's a board development activity or focus ought to be to come away with a better understanding of A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
I think then in red, we need focus groups.
Okay, or surveys. I would do either.
I think you get a lot more from a focus group. The survey is a yes, no. A focus group is digging down.
Right, and remember when we first talked about the survey, I was talking about 2 levels.
Yeah, I'm doing both. Yeah.
So one was gonna be a kind of a stoplight chart answers, and then the next was gonna be a drill down.
And I like taking part of that survey. In fact, almost all of the questions Mary Ellen's got on that survey could also go to our sponsors, because it lets them know, did you actually come and see it? Did you see your signs? Did you actually put it in your income tax? Did you? So to get the sponsors' answers, that's an email I can send out.
And it will help us learn and be prepared, when we go to them next year,
Yeah.
We'll know what they're.
Regretfully, a lot of the questions could have been skipped, and I apologize for that. I was actually preparing for a vacation, which turned into a hospital stay. And well, here I am 3 weeks later. So looking at the survey that went out versus really all of the questions, because there were 2 documents full of questions. I probably didn't do my best work in culling through those to see which ones were duplicates, which categories there were. Would probably overlook some of them. But I think really, as far as surveys go, I don't want to get some huge long survey that takes me more than a few minutes to do. So I think the fact that this one took a few minutes, we sort of hit that target, and we can kind of just take today and information we know we didn't get, and then put that into our next survey. People responded well, I think.
And I encourage you to
And quickly they did too, which was amazing.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I think I would maybe think about one more survey this year. Because people will get survey fatigue very quickly if they're getting something every other week or even once a month. And the response rate will diminish because you're like, I feel like you're hitting me up with some new set of questions every 6 weeks or so, and you
How
know,
about?
Well, if the
reply-
same survey goes out to the HOA, which I don't think it's done. Then we also take it and send it to all of our past corporate or sponsors, as opposed to, you know, the monetary donors and corporate sponsors.
Yeah.
I think that's all we need to do this year.
I think you're right. There's value in better understanding existing perceptions and where people think the event could be improved to make it more meaningful to them, because it may simply be that they're not aware of a component of it, such as the MOMO code. You know, versus, oh gosh, we need to overhaul the event somehow to address the concern.
Or as a fundraising vehicle.
Yeah, I'd be a fan of the post-event survey versus, you know, one before it now. At this point, we've already done one, maybe do one right after, I mean, in January. As a post-event wrap up, and then anything going to the sponsors, we'll take what we have, we can clone that and then add to take away whatever to tailor it for the sponsors again, whenever we would decide to do that, but not to mess with this data set that we have now. What we have, we'll just clone it and keep moving forward.
I think we clone it for corporate sponsors now rather than later, so that we
Gotcha.
have it in advance of next year.
Yeah, for people who haven't gotten it yet.
And I think we can ask more drilled down questions for them, like when is a good time to make the ask, or can we count on you annually, or things like that. Don't hold me to any of it, but I'm just saying, if we ask those pointed questions, it'll make the ask easier later.
One more logistical question for you related to the payments. Do you use a third-party processor for credit cards? Do people pay with cash? How does that work?
Downline.
Okay,
Yes. PayPal.
okay.
Both.
So there are
Where-
mechanisms for third parties to collect the money and then they take their cut and pass the rest on to.
They can use PayPal on the website. They can use when they go to checkout, they can use PayPal or their credit card.
And then you guys get a distribution directly from PayPal or whomever. Okay.
I have a question. You're gonna be interested in this, Mary Ellen. So, you mentioned the data set and the value of the current data set, and we know it is what it is. And you made a good suggestion about doing the next survey after the event. I'm wondering, here I am trying to split the difference again. What about doing a report of our current findings? You know, thank you for your responses to this. We had a 10% response rate, and this is what we learned. Would you like to participate in further, you know, or would you like to comment on these?
Yeah, I think people would be very interested in seeing that. There, you know, even Rob sort of alluded to that in the early part of this meeting, saying, you know, he'd be interested to see what the responses are. So I'm sure anybody who's responded wants to know, hey, how did I fare, or what came out of that? And I think it could play into what Mike is saying about doing, you know, not so much an annual report, but a report out of this, you know, in the same sort of format, but we can do it digitally. We don't have to have it printed for this go, and just make it available like we made the survey available to the people who responded, as a way of saying, hey, thank you. Here's what we found out. Here's an avenue for you to tell us more if you thought of something new, or maybe there was a question we didn't ask that you really wanted to answer.
Or this is what we learned. Thank you for being part of the dialogue. It will continue
And we'll
as
continue-
follows, you know, either.
We'll continue to
focus
try to
groups or
refine
whatever.
and improve the event.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's value.
Yeah, Mary Ellen, I'd like you and I and Diana to talk about that again sometime. When we can. I'm
Sounds
gonna
good.
be away next week, but when we get back, that'd be a great thing to pursue.
Any other thoughts on the activity list for the rest of this year? I think you've outlined some very powerful things, and if we can get them done, then we'll be positioned in, I think, in a really good place to pick up in January of next year and start working on the strategic plan.
At this point, do we want to target who's going to be responsible for what?
I think that's a fantastic final step. So By show of hands. Who wants to, Diana, I know you're gonna want to be involved in the bylaws amendment process. Anyone else?
I'd be happy to join.
Good.
I'm not even on the board, but I'm.
Accounting systems, Christie.
Not yet, but we're gonna be targeting you, Elizabeth.
All right,
Mary Ellen's communications.
What do you think? Mary Ellen, you up for that?
I just volunteered you, kiddo.
Thanks, Diana, thanks, yeah, that sounds.
And because I just said so much, maybe I should take responsibility of that focus groups data to better understand them. But I want to say that knowing that Jerry doesn't know when to quit.
I think we're all for block captains. I think it's gonna take all of us.
yep, I agree. I think everybody should probably be involved in the process for identifying targets for board membership as well.
And do you have any recommendations or a game plan that we could borrow on that? What, you mentioned, inviting people to the advisory board over adult beverages. Any other kind of? We could talk a separate time if you.
Yeah.
Put it on the spot.
No, I honestly, I think focus groups are gonna be one of your most effective tools. I think ultimately creating that annual report back to the neighborhood and the partners and the sponsors is gonna be another way to engage people. You're gonna have to, I think what you're gonna have to do is also build a profile. If we're gonna add 4 people between now and the end of 2024, what are our targets? You know, do we have people with expertise in these areas? Do we have people who come to mind who fit this sort of demographic? Are we willing yet to think about non-residents, or is that going to be a later iteration of the board bill?
After we look at your notes, I'd be happy to take responsibility for that.
So yeah, I think building a profile is going to be the most important first step, and then it's going to be some brainstorming. Who do we know who fits that particular target?
So let's put that up as one of the red items. That one, growth plan targets profile, this is what one word you answer.
I imagine from that information, it's almost like I'm thinking job description. I don't really want to call it that, but I think you all understand where I'm coming from. Like if we could kind of just get a paragraph description of this person who fits this role specifically, then we could sort of advertise
Subcommittees do we
that.
want? What subcommittees do we want, and what skill sets are we looking for?
Yeah. What does what qualities does that person have, attributes or what have you, that person has that would fit well on that committee? You know, when we go to communicate that, we can say, we're looking for someone who has these qualities. Do you know anyone that fits this description?
That could be a question in the focus group. Could work.
Yeah, I think your focus group is going to be your single best opportunity to identify people who have an interest and who have the skill sets that are necessary to really grow the board, because you're going to have them face to face. You're not going to hit them up at that meeting. You're not going to twist the arm. You're not going to put it around their shoulder. You're just going to say, all right, and we need to have a conversation. So we're going to figure out from a one-on-one standpoint, who on the current board is most ideally suited to knock on the door, have the conversation. You're also going to want to make sure you've got your recruitment packet put together by that.
But what kind of packet? I'm sorry, it went out. You said have what packet put together?
A recruitment packet for your prospective board members. Something that helps them understand the organization, what it does, what it doesn't do, and what their role as a board member would be. It's sort of a pre-orientation. It's just enough information to help them understand what they're being asked to do. And then once they say yes, then there'd be a bit more of a formal orientation and onboarding process.
I can do a little notebook based on, Mike, when you give me my big notebook back, I can pull stuff out and get to put into a recruitment.
Some of it may be there, but
A lot of it's in there, it's just boiling it down to a couple of pages.
And you just volunteered for that, but I was about to nominate you, since you made the first pass at insurance, to have you and Christie go to the next step on insurance.
I
You've been
don't
there,
want to
done
do
that.
that.
Okay.
I don't want to go back into that.
We have people that live in this community who are insurance brokers of sorts. That I think we would be behooved to try to keep it in-house if we can and get some of these guys, ladies to quote us for the types of insurance we're looking for.
Yeah, because I went to the one person I knew, I got a quote and we never bought anything, so I'd rather not go back, thank you very
Rather
much.
than get a quote, have them join the board.
Yeah,
Exactly. I
Danielle,
know.
was that you volunteered
got
to pursue that?
That is absolutely not me volunteering to do anything at this point. I don't know what my life will look like in the next few days, but in due time. And I can certainly make calls and reach out to people, again, leverage my personal network. I'm thinking Skip Watson, he lives on Amaryllis, would be a resource. He's in insurance and he brokers out various types. So, and if he doesn't, then he's another networker extraordinaire. And so I feel like if it wasn't him, that's something he could help with, he would certainly have someone in his network of folks that could.
That name rings a bell. He may have been one of the respondents to the survey.
Quite possibly. Yep. Lives on Amaryllis right next to Amanda Allison. I'm not sure if you guys know Allison.
You might start in the process with a touch towards Skip Watson.
Yeah, I'll reach out to him before the end of the hour. And again, let me just make sure for my notes, we said general liability and directors and officers insurance.
Right.
And general liability in the sense for nonprofit organizations. I know that because there's different, they'll ask about different industries. So is that?
Yeah, a general liability for nonprofits, and then typically each interested party, insurance company will send you their application, and they all ask for a lot of the same information, but some may have specific asks that are related to their products.
All right, I'll get that ball rolling.
There's one item not on that list that we have a good start to, and that is CRM.
Okay.
And that's shorthand for customer relationship management. And there might be something like the accounting program. Do they dovetail in any way? Mike, you know? You might send bills to the same people or something.
Yeah, typically not really well. Yeah, but a CRM is going to be important moving forward as your donor database grows and as your need to track individual interactions and kind of keep a history. Well, the last time we reached out to XYZ, this is what happened. We made the contact. They said yes. They never wrote a check.
You know, Christy got a lot of that already. You know what we're talking about?
Yeah, but I don't have it automated. So CRM,
Yeah.
customer, what was that?
Relationship manager of management. And there's all kinds of packages. You said you might have something.
Yeah, there are a ton of different types of packages, some more expensive, more bells and whistles, some less expensive. The best CRMs will allow you to input information for your donors and frankly other stakeholders, and you can sort of classify the relationship. You can slice and dice the data in a lot of different ways. So if you wanted to send an email communication only to donors, or if you wanted to send one only to volunteers, you can stratify to that level. But you can also use it to keep notes on, hey, we called Jerry on July 21st and asked him about blah, blah, blah. And he said, follow up with him again in a month. So we put a tickler on the calendar to pop up, 28 days later. Hey, don't forget to call Jerry in 2 days and ask him about X.
See, I'm thinking how valuable that would be with block captains. So we could give the block captain, here's a list of everybody on your block.
Yeah, and you could designate them as block captains in the CRM so that you could specifically communicate directly with them and only them. Now, you can send something out to everybody in the database if you wanted to, but being able to effectively communicate with people that you want to regularly communicate with is.
So is this
probably-
like a software or?
Yeah, typically it's a program.
Okay.
Blackbaud over on Daniel Island has a ton of them. Again, super simple all the way to inordinately complex and expensive.
So there's actually a CRM component to the Wix, which we already use with the website. So we really need, we owe ourselves at least to investigate what it does and how much it costs before we go to another piece of software, just putting that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good
That's
idea.
a
Well
great
done,
idea.
yeah. And you know, Wix actually has training classes too.
Yeah, and since we're already doing our website stuff there, I feel quite sure that the CRM will have integrated things that are happening from our website, the analytics, the communications, the store, all of the things that we're already using on Wix. So rather than have it be disjointed and go with another third party, I think we definitely should pay attention to what they.
I'm a little out of order here, Mary Ellen, but you're talking about the website and we talked about that earlier this week. Did you happen to follow up on that? We wanted to make sure we sanitized it so that people that were responding to the survey.
I saw the communication, but I really thought that I thought you were talking about sanitizing it prior to this year's coming event. I didn't realize it was that urgent. So no, I have not. I haven't had the personal bandwidth to brush my own hair. It's really been, yeah, I'm so sorry, but
Looks good nonetheless. Where do you get your shampoo?
I know a good resource for that if you're seriously.
Well, fantastic. You've outlined what I think is an ambitious but accomplishable set of tasks for the balance of this year that are really going to focus primarily on developing the board and positioning it to grow. Some of that could happen between now and the end of the year, but this certainly puts you, we can get these things done, it puts you in a great place to start really focusing on board growth after this year's event. And I think, a target of 4 new board members by the end of next calendar year is ambitious but appropriate.
Good.
So, and then come 2024, we start working on a strategic plan for this event, and by then, if we've made decisions about the idea of adding other events or continuing to grow the board, then the strategic plan can be customized to address those things. How are you guys feeling?
Speaking for myself, I feel a lot better.
Yeah, me too. A lot of the things that have been bugging me, like lack of insurance and amending the bylaws, we're gonna really actually get done instead of just talking about it.
And what I'm gonna do is I will put together a set of notes from today, including final versions of mission, vision, and values. I'll send them to Jerry. You as a board can meet, you can review. If there's anything on those statements that you want to edit or tweak, certainly feel free to do so. There's nothing magic about them, and there's no pride of ownership on my part in putting them in paper. So, and beyond that, we start moving forward on these activities.
And for Rob, who's had this part of the meeting, we can send him a recording.
Oh, of the balance of it, that's right.
We
And
record.
give him all the really tough jobs.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see him on there at all.
That is why I'm sitting here.
Yeah.
All the flip charts or whiteboards, all that we'll include in the final digital output.
So you'll send us links to it, I bet.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, I'm just gonna put it on drive and give it to Mike. So he-
Everyone except
right
Jerry,
now-
just don't give it to Jerry.
Yeah, that's right.
Mike, this is wonderful. Thank you,
Yeah,
thank you,
sure.
thank you.
No, I'm happy to, again, this is the stuff that I get geeked out over, so. I'm excited about this. I'm excited for what this can mean for White Gables Luminaria, and looking forward, not only to getting this done, but really diving in with the sleeves rolled up in January to start putting together a strategic plan to help grow the event and the influence this fantastic organization is going to have.
You've done beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
And I will shut down and start letting this thing compile. Take care, Mary Ellen.
Thanks for
Thank
joining us.
you so
Mary Ellen.
much. Thank you for allowing me to attend this way. Appreciate it.
Oh, our pleasure.
Beth, well, to your daughter.
Thank you so much.